Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey into the shadows of history, into the private chambers and hidden corners where Victorian gentlemen kept their darkest secrets. Picture this, a man in a perfectly tailored coat top hat positioned just so, walking down a London street with the posture of absolute respectability. Now imagine what happens when that same man closes his bedroom door. What if I told you that behind the starched collars and proper manners, Victorian men were living double lives so scandalous that their descendants burned the evidence? What if the era we think of as prudish and proper was actually hiding addictions, obsessions, and habits so shocking that they make modern secrets look tame? Tonight, we are pulling back the velvet curtain on the Victorian gentleman, and trust me, what you're about to discover will change everything you thought you knew about this supposedly civilized era. Now, before we step into this fascinating world together, I would love it if you could take just a moment to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button. But here is the thing, only do it if tonight's story truly captures your imagination. And I am curious, where are you watching from right now? What time is it where you are? Drop a comment below. I genuinely love hearing from you, knowing that we are sharing this moment across different corners of the world. Alright, dim those lights, get comfortable, maybe grab a warm drink, and let us embark on this journey into the hidden lives of Victorian men. Imagine walking through London in the year 1850. The streets are alive with the clip-clop of horses, the rattle of carriages on cobblestones. Gaslights flicker to life as dusk settles over the city. Everywhere you look there are gentlemen, impeccably dressed, their faces masks of dignity and restraint. This is the height of the Victorian era, named after Queen Victoria herself, who sat on the throne from 1837 to 1901. These are the years when Britain ruled a quarter of the world's population, when the sun, as they love to say, never set on the British Empire. But here is what the history books often miss. These same men who bowed with such perfect etiquette, who knew exactly which fork to use at dinner, who could recite poetry and discuss philosophy, were living split existences that would put any modern double life to shame. They'd constructed an entire society built on what we might call today a massive case of cognitive dissonance. On one hand, Victorian morality preached restraint, purity, self-control. The very word Victorian has become synonymous with prudishness and repression. Yet beneath this surface, something very different was happening. Let me paint you a picture of a typical Victorian gentleman. Let us call him Edward, though his name could have been Henry or Charles or any of 1,000 others. Edward wakes in his townhouse in Mayfair, one of London's most prestigious neighbourhoods. His valet helps him dress, layer upon careful layer. First the undergarments, then the shirt with its stiff collar that would leave marks on his neck by evening. The waistcoat, the cravat tied just so, the morning coat, the pocket watch with its gold chain. Every detail matters because every detail is being judged. Edward descends to breakfast where his wife sits at the opposite end of a very long table. They exchange pleasant words about the weather and the evening's dinner party. They have been married for 12 years and have 4 children, whom they see for precisely 1 hour each afternoon. This is normal. This is proper. This is how respectable people live. After breakfast, Edward heads to his club. Not just any club, but one of those exclusive gentlemen's establishments that dot St. James's Street like fortresses of masculinity. White's, perhaps, or Brooks, or the Reform Club. These places have waiting lists measured in years. Some men wait decades for membership. Getting blackballed, rejected by a single disapproving member is a social death sentence. Now here is where the story gets interesting, because what happens inside these clubs? Well, officially they are places for quiet contemplation, reading the newspaper, perhaps a game of whist or billiards. But the reality? These clubs are where the mask begins to slip. Edward's club is where he can loosen that suffocating collar, literally and metaphorically. It is where men who spend their days maintaining perfect propriety can finally exhale. But even this is just the first layer. Because after the club, after the business meetings and the proper dinners, after Edward's wife retires to her separate bedroom somewhere around 10 o'clock in the evening, that is when the real double life begins. That is when respectable Edward might slip out a side door and into the London night, into a world that existed in parallel to the proper one, a shadow world that everyone knew about but nobody acknowledged. You see, Victorian society had developed this incredible ability to hold two completely contradictory truths at the same time. On the surface, they were the most moral, most Christian, most upright society the world had ever seen. Queen Victoria herself was the model of domestic virtue, devoted to her husband Prince Albert, raising 9 children, setting the tone for an entire empire. When Albert died in 1861, Victoria mourned him for the rest of her life, wearing black for 40 years. This was the ideal. Marriage, family, duty, restraint. But underneath, Victorian London had an estimated 80,000 prostitutes. 80,000 in a city of about 2.5 million people. Think about those numbers for a moment. That is roughly 1 prostitute for every 31 people in the city. And who were their clients? Not just the working classes, not just sailors and soldiers. No, the gentlemen of Edward's world were regular customers. Married men with respectable wives at home, pillars of the community, men who sat on church boards and charity committees. How did they reconcile this? Simple. They created an entire philosophy around it. The idea was that respectable women, wives and daughters, were pure, almost angelic creatures, too pure to have base desires, too refined for earthly passions. William Acton, a prominent Victorian physician, actually wrote in his medical text that most women had little to no sexual feeling whatsoever. He claimed that the majority of women, happily for their, are not very much troubled with sexual feeling of any kind. This was not just his opinion. This was presented as medical fact, taught in medical schools, published in respectable journals. So if respectable women did not desire sex, and if men did, well then, where was a gentleman to turn? The logic, twisted as it was, created a system where visiting prostitutes was almost seen as protecting the virtue of respectable women. Better to satisfy those urges with women who were already in their minds fallen than to burden one's pure wife with such base needs. Incredible, is it not? They built an entire rationalization system to justify the unjustifiable. But it goes deeper still, because prostitution was just one piece of this elaborate puzzle of public morality and private vice. There were the opium dens in the East End where gentlemen could purchase oblivion, smoking away their evenings in a haze that made reality feel very far away. There were the gambling halls where fortunes changed hands in a single night. There were the brothels that specialized in not just sex, but in every variation of human desire you could imagine, and several you probably could not. And here is the most fascinating part. Everybody knew. The wives knew their husbands were visiting prostitutes. The police knew about the opium dens. The church knew about the gambling, but nobody spoke about it. It was all conducted behind a veil of polite silence. You could do almost anything in Victorian England as long as you maintained the appearance of respectability, as long as you kept up the facade, as long as you never ever acknowledged what was really happening. This was the genius and the madness of Victorian society. They had created a world where hypocrisy was not just tolerated but required, where the gap between public behaviour and private action was not just accepted but expected. They lived in 2 worlds simultaneously, and the strain of maintaining this split existence shows up everywhere once you know where to look. In their literature, for instance. The entire genre of Gothic horror, those dark tales of doubles and hidden identities, came directly from this tension. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, written by Robert Louis Stevenson in 1886, is literally about a respectable gentleman who transforms into his shadow self. Oscar Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray is about a man who remains beautiful and proper on the surface while his portrait, hidden away, reveals his true corrupt nature. These were not just fantasies, they were documentaries disguised as fiction. Or look at their architecture. Victorian homes were built with separate entrances, separate staircases, separate worlds for the family and the servants, for the public and the private. A gentleman could receive guests in his front parlour, all propriety and polish, while an entirely different reality existed in the back rooms, the servants' quarters, the hidden corners. The physical structure of their homes mirrored the structure of their lives, divided, compartmentalized, with secrets built into the very walls. And the psychological cost of all this? Enormous. Victorian men suffered from what they called neurasthenia, a fashionable diagnosis that basically meant nervous exhaustion. They complained of insomnia, anxiety, irritability, a sense of being constantly overstretched. Modern psychologists would probably diagnose many of them with depression and anxiety disorders. And no wonder. Imagine living every single day with this gap between who you are supposed to be and who you actually are. Imagine never being able to fully relax, never being able to drop the mask, even in your own home. Some men cracked under the pressure. There are heartbreaking letters from Victorian gentlemen to their doctors, confessing to feelings of hopelessness, describing themselves as living in a kind of prison. And they were, in a sense, a prison of their own making, constructed from the rigid expectations of their society. But here is what I find most striking. These men, for all their faults and hypocrisies, were not so different from people today. They were trying to navigate impossible expectations, trying to be perfect in public, while dealing with very human struggles in private. The specifics have changed. We do not worry about opium dens or visiting Covent Garden brothels, but the core tension, the struggle between public image and private reality, between who we are supposed to be and who we actually are, that is timeless. Social media has created its own version of this Victorian split. We curate perfect lives online while dealing with mess and complexity offline. We present highlight reels while hiding the struggles. We maintain digital facades just as carefully as Edward maintained his top hat and tailcoat. The technology has changed, but the fundamental human challenge remains the same. How do we live authentically in a world that rewards performance? The Victorian era was a time of incredible contradiction. It was when Britain was at the height of its global power, conquering territories, building railways, inventing machines that would change the world forever. Charles Darwin published On the Origin of Species in 1859, fundamentally altering humanity's understanding of itself. Florence Nightingale was revolutionizing nursing and public health. Charles Dickens was writing novels that exposed social injustices and made people weep. This was an age of progress and achievement, and yet at the same time it was an age of such profound denial, such desperate compartmentalization, that it sometimes seems miraculous the entire society did not collapse under the weight of its own contradictions. Perhaps it did not collapse precisely because of those carefully maintained walls between public and private. Perhaps the ability to live in two worlds at once was not a bug but a feature, not a weakness but the very thing that allowed Victorian society to function. As we continue this journey together over the coming parts, we are going to explore each of these hidden habits in detail. We will discover the truth about opium use among the upper classes, and trust me, The statistics will shock you. We will step inside those exclusive gentlemen's clubs and learn about the gambling, the drinking, the outrageous wagers. We will confront the uncomfortable reality of Victorian sexuality, including medical practices so bizarre they seem like something from a horror film. We will talk about hygiene, or the lack thereof, in ways that will make you very grateful for modern plumbing. And we will piece together how all of these secret habits created a society living on the edge of a cliff, always one scandal away from chaos. But tonight, I wanted to give you this overview, this sense of the complete picture, because understanding the double life of Victorian men is not just about satisfying historical curiosity, it is about understanding ourselves. Every era has its contradictions, its hypocrisies, its gaps between ideals and reality. The Victorians just made it into an art form. So as you drift off to sleep tonight, I want you to think about this. Those proper gentlemen walking London streets, those upright citizens of empire, were carrying secrets that would fill volumes. Behind every perfect facade was a complicated human being, struggling with desires, addictions, fears, and shame. They were not monsters, they were not spoilt saints. They were people caught in a system that demanded perfection while providing no real path to achieve it. And here is the thing that keeps me up at night. We are still, in many ways, living in the shadow of Victorian ideas about propriety, sexuality, addiction, and shame. Those attitudes they developed, those ways of thinking about what is proper and what is secret, those have echoed down through the generations. We are still working through the psychological inheritance of that era. But that is a story for another time. For now, rest easy knowing that whatever secrets you carry, whatever gap exists between your public face and your private self, you're in good historical company. The Victorians turned it into a way of life. At least today, we have the chance to do better, to be more honest, to close that gap between who we pretend to be and who we really are. Sweet dreams, my friends. And when you wake, remember, everyone is fighting battles you know nothing about. Everyone is carrying secrets. The Victorian gentlemen in their top hats knew this. They lived it every single day. Now, speaking of secrets, in our next part we are going to dive deep into perhaps the most startling hidden habit of Victorian men, their relationship with opium and laudanum. You will discover how these powerful drugs were as common as aspirin, found in every medicine cabinet, prescribed by every doctor, and consumed by everyone from poets to politicians. The stories I am going to share with you about Samuel Taylor Coleridge, Charles Dickens, and countless others will reveal a side of Victorian England that is rarely discussed. We will explore how an entire social class became dependent on drugs that were perfectly legal, perfectly respectable, and perfectly devastating. Trust me, you will not want to miss it. Until then, sleep well. So let us talk about something that might surprise you. In 1840, if you walked into any chemist shop in London, any pharmacy, any corner drugstore, you could buy a bottle of laudanum for about a penny. Just 1 penny. That is roughly the same price as a pint of beer. And what is laudanum, you ask? Well, it is a tincture made from opium dissolved in alcohol. 10% powdered opium up to 50% alcohol. Essentially, you are buying liquid morphine and codeine combined with enough alcohol to knock you sideways. And you did not need a prescription. You did not need to be sick. You did not even need to give your name. Now, before we go any further, I want you to imagine something with me. Picture your medicine cabinet right now. Maybe you have some aspirin in there, some cold medicine, perhaps some vitamins. Perfectly normal, right? Now imagine if instead of aspirin, every single household in your neighbourhood had bottles of what is essentially heroin mixed with whiskey. Not hidden away, not illegal, but sitting right there on the shelf next to the teacups, because that's exactly what Victorian England looked like. They called laudanum the aspirin of the 19th century, and they were not exaggerating. Doctors prescribed it for everything, and I mean everything. Cough, take some laudanum, diarrhea, laudanum, headache, laudanum, trouble sleeping, laudanum, women's troubles, whatever that meant, definitely laudanum, teething, baby keeping you up at night, give the infant some laudanum. Yes, you heard that right, they gave opium to babies. There was even a popular product called Godfrey's Cordial, also known as Comfort, that was essentially opium syrup for children. One version contained 1.6 grams of opium per fluid ounce. Parents would give this to their children to make them sleep while they went to work in the factories. Can you imagine? But tonight I want to focus on the men, the gentlemen, the respectable Victorian men who were using laudanum not just medicinally but recreationally, habitually, desperately, and how their society's attitude toward this addiction reveals something fascinating about class, power, and the ability to rewrite your own story. Let me tell you about Samuel Taylor Coleridge. If you studied English literature in school, you probably know him as the brilliant romantic poet who wrote The Rime of the Ancient Mariner and Kubla Khan. What they probably did not tell you was that Coleridge was profoundly addicted to opium for most of his adult life. And the story of how he got there tells us everything about Victorian attitudes toward drugs. In 1791, when Coleridge was just 19 years old and a student at Cambridge, he developed rheumatic fever. The doctors prescribed laudanum for the pain, perfectly normal, perfectly responsible. This was medicine, after all. But Coleridge discovered something about laudanum that went beyond pain relief. He discovered that it opened doors in his mind. It made his imagination soar. Colours became more vivid. Ideas connected in ways they never had before. He could see entire poems fully formed in his mind's eye. There is a famous story about Kubla Khan. Coleridge claimed he had taken laudanum for an illness, then fell into a deep sleep after reading about Kubla Khan in a travel book. In this sleep, which lasted about 3 hours, he supposedly composed an entire poem of 200 to 300 lines in his mind. When he woke up, he began frantically writing it down. But then, and this is the tragic part, someone knocked on his door. A person on business from Porlock, Coleridge later wrote. Some mundane interruption from the real world. When he returned to his writing desk an hour later, the rest of the poem had vanished from his memory like smoke. We only have the 54 lines he managed to write down before the interruption. The rest was lost forever, dissolved back into the opium haze from which it came. Now, here is the question that haunts me. Was this story even true? Or was it a convenient myth that Coleridge created to justify his drug use? Because by framing his opium consumption as medicinal, as a source of artistic inspiration rather than addiction, he could maintain his respectability. He was not an addict. He was a suffering artist using medicine. See the difference. Coleridge ended up taking massive amounts of laudanum. Historians estimate he was consuming up to 480 grains of opium per day at his peak. To put that in perspective, 40 grains was considered a potentially fatal dose for someone without tolerance. He was taking 12 times the lethal amount every single day. His entire life became organized around obtaining and consuming laudanum. He would visit multiple chemists so no single one would realize how much he was using. He would hide bottles around his house. His friends and family knew, of course, but what could they do? This was medicine. This was legal. This was, in the twisted logic of the time, respectable. Coleridge's daughter Sarah, born in 1802, later confided to a friend that she could not sleep without laudanum. The addiction had literally passed from father to daughter. Think about that. An entire family system built around opium dependency, and nobody considered it scandalous because it was wrapped in the language of medicine and necessity. But Coleridge was far from alone. Let me tell you about some other famous names who were regular laudanum users. Charles Dickens, probably the most famous Victorian novelist, used laudanum throughout his life. Elizabeth Barrett Browning, the celebrated poet, was prescribed laudanum for a spinal injury and remained dependent on it for years. Her husband, Robert Browning, knew and apparently accepted it as a medical necessity. George Eliot, another literary giant, used it regularly. Bram Stoker, who wrote Dracula, Wilkie Collins, who wrote some of the first detective novels and used laudanum for gout pain, eventually became so dependent that he was seeing hallucinations and incorporating them into his fiction. And here is where it gets really interesting. The Victorian medical establishment and society at large made a very clear distinction between different types of opium use based entirely on social class. When working class people used opium, it was seen as vice, as moral weakness, as the behaviour of the degraded poor who could not control themselves. There were entire moral crusades against working class opium use, particularly among women in factory towns who would take laudanum after long shifts or give it to their children. But when middle and upper class people used the exact same drug, that was medicine, that was treatment for legitimate ailments. That was, in the case of artists and writers, potentially even a tool for accessing higher states of consciousness. The drug was identical, the effects were identical, the addiction was identical, but the social meaning was completely different based on who was using it. Dr. William Acton, the same physician who wrote that respectable women had no sexual feelings, also wrote extensively about opium. He distinguished between what he called habitual use and abuse. Habitual use, in his view, was fine as long as the person maintained their social responsibilities. Abuse only became abuse when it interfered with someone's ability to function in society. So a working-class woman giving laudanum to her crying infant? Abuse, moral degeneracy, a threat to civilization. But a gentleman like Coleridge consuming 12 times a fatal dose every day while still producing poetry? Habitual use, medicine, perfectly acceptable as long as he kept up appearances. This tells us something profound about Victorian morality. It was not actually about the action itself. It was about who was doing it and whether they could maintain the facade of respectability while doing it. You could be profoundly addicted to opium, you could be destroying your health and relationships, you could be enslaved to a substance in every meaningful way, but as long as you still showed up to dinner parties in the right clothes, as long as you could still have a conversation about literature or politics, as long as the mask stayed on, then you were fine. You were respectable. You were not one of those people. Let me tell you about a place that captured this contradiction perfectly. In the 1860s and 70s, London's East End had opium dens. These were establishments usually run by Chinese immigrants and their English wives, where people could go to smoke opium in a more concentrated form than laudanum. And yes, some gentlemen from respectable families would venture into these dens for the experience. It was exotic, forbidden, dangerous. Writers like Oscar Wilde and Charles Dickens wrote about opium dens in their fiction, making them seem mysterious and alluring. But here is the reality. There were actually far fewer opium dens in London than popular imagination suggests. Most historians estimate there were perhaps 2 or 3 dozen at most. The image of London riddled with opium dens was largely a creation of sensationalist journalism and fiction. The real opium epidemic, if we can call it that, was not happening in exotic East End establishments. It was happening in respectable drawing rooms and bedrooms across middle and upper class England. The real addicts were not Chinese immigrants or working class labourers. They were doctors, lawyers, writers, politicians, clergymen and their wives. They were buying their drugs legally from chemists, not illegally in dens. And nobody wanted to talk about that because it shattered the comfortable fiction that drug addiction was something that happened to other people, to lesser people, to people who lacked moral fibre. Have you ever noticed how addiction is always framed as something that happens to someone else? The Victorians certainly did this. They could not acknowledge that their society, their respectable Christian civilized society, had created a system where millions of people were dependent on opiates. That would require looking too closely at uncomfortable truths, so instead they focused on the exotic opium dens, the degraded working classes, the foreign influence. Anything to avoid looking at the gentleman in the mirror holding a laudanum bottle. The statistics are staggering when you really dig into them. At the height of Victorian opium use, Britain was importing between 150,000 and 300,000 pounds of opium annually. That is not a typo. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of opium every single year. Where was it all going? Into laudanum bottles, into patent medicines, into the bodies of Victorian citizens who had no idea that they were becoming addicted because their doctors told them it was safe, and those doctors believed it, at least at first. The medical understanding of addiction was primitive at best. They knew that people who took opium regularly would need more over time to achieve the same effect. They knew that stopping suddenly made people violently ill, but they did not connect these dots in the way we would today. They did not have a concept of addiction as a medical condition. Instead, they thought of it as a moral failing, a weakness of character. If you became too dependent on opium, well, that was your fault for not exercising proper self-control. This created a vicious cycle. People would start taking laudanum for legitimate pain. The pain would improve, but if they tried to stop, they would experience withdrawal symptoms, anxiety, insomnia, sweating, muscle aches, nausea. But they did not know these were withdrawal symptoms. They thought their original condition was coming back, only worse. So they would take more laudanum, and the cycle would continue, often for decades, sometimes for a lifetime. Thomas de Quincey, another famous writer, published a book in 1821 called Confessions of an English Opium Eater. It is one of the first autobiographical accounts of drug addiction in English literature. De Quincey was brutally honest about his experiences. He described the initial euphoria, the sense of profound insight and connection. He described how opium seemed to make him superhuman, able to work longer, think more deeply, feel more intensely. But he also described the descent, the increasing desperation, the way his entire life became organized around the drug. He described dreams that were so vivid they felt more real than reality, and nightmares that followed him into waking life. What is remarkable is that De Quincey was praised for his honesty and his literary skill, but his addiction itself was not seen as particularly scandalous. Why? Because he framed it in terms of intellectual exploration, as a journey into the depths of human consciousness. He made it philosophical, and because he was a gentleman, an educated man, a writer, his addiction was interpreted through that lens. If a working-class person had written the same confessions, it would have been seen as proof of moral degeneracy. But coming from De Quincey, it was fascinating, even admirable in its candour. The question that haunts me is this: how many people suffered in silence? We know about the famous writers because they left records, letters, published works. But what about the thousands of ordinary gentlemen, the lawyers and bankers and clergymen, who were quietly dependent on laudanum? What about their wives, many of whom were prescribed laudanum for everything from menstrual cramps to the vapours, that catch-all term for female nervousness? How many Victorian families had addiction as their secret centre, the thing everyone knew but nobody named? There is a heartbreaking story about Elizabeth Siddal, the pre-Raphaelite model and wife of the artist Dante Gabriel Rossetti. She was prescribed laudanum for what may have been tuberculosis or depression. She struggled with dependence for years. In February of 1862, at age 32, she died of a laudanum overdose. The coroner ruled it accidental, but many historians suspect it may have been suicide. Her husband was so grief-stricken that he buried the manuscript of his unpublished poems with her in her coffin. 7 years later, needing money, he had her exhumed so he could retrieve the poems. When they opened the coffin, according to witnesses, her body was remarkably preserved, and her famous red hair had continued growing, filling the coffin. Whether that is true or Victorian Gothic exaggeration, I cannot say. But the image captures something about the era. Beauty and death and addiction and art all tangled together, impossible to separate. The turning point came slowly. By the late 1800s, doctors were finally beginning to understand the dangers of opium. The invention of aspirin in 1899 gave people an alternative for pain relief. The Pharmacy Act of 1868 required drugs like opium to be sold only by licensed professionals and to be labelled as poison. But these were baby steps. It was not until the early 20th century that opium was truly controlled. The Defence of the Realm Act of 1914, passed during World War I, finally restricted opiates to prescription use only. But by then, generations of Victorian men and women had lived and died with opium as a constant companion. How many brilliant minds were dimmed by laudanum fog? How many potential achievements were lost to addiction? How many families were shaped by the presence of this drug in their medicine cabinets? We will never know the full extent. What we can know is this. The Victorian attitude toward opium reveals the deep hypocrisy at the heart of their society. They created rigid moral categories about proper and improper behaviour, but those categories bent and shifted based on class and social position. They prided themselves on scientific progress and rational thought, yet they could not acknowledge the addiction crisis happening in their own drawing rooms. They valued control and restraint above all else, while simultaneously consuming a drug that removed all control. And here is the uncomfortable truth for us today. We are not so different. We have our own epidemics, our own substances, our own ways of drawing lines between acceptable and unacceptable, based on who is using what. The opioid crisis in modern America has many echoes of the Victorian laudanum epidemic. The same class distinctions, the same denial, the same resistance to calling addiction by its name when it affects respectable people. History does not repeat, but it certainly rhymes. As you lie there tonight, consider this. Those Victorian gentlemen thought they were so civilized, so advanced, so much better than previous generations. They thought their use of laudanum was scientific and modern. They thought they had it all figured out, and they were completely, tragically wrong. Which makes me wonder, what are we wrong about right now? What substances or behaviours do we consider normal that future generations will look back on with horror? But we are not done with Victorian secrets yet, not even close. Because while some men were finding escape in opium bottles, others were finding it in exclusive clubs where fortunes were won and lost on the turn of a card. Next, we are going to step inside those sacred spaces, those temples of masculinity, where gentlemen could finally drop the facade and reveal who they really were. We are going to talk about gambling that makes modern casinos look tame. We are going to discover bets so absurd you will not believe they were real. And we are going to see how these clubs were not just about cards and dice, but about power, politics, and the bonds between men that shaped an empire. Trust me, you are going to want to hear these stories. They are absolutely wild. There is a building on St. James's Street in London that has stood since 1693. From the outside, it looks like any other elegant townhouse, with its pristine white facade and black iron railings. But if you tried to walk through that door, you would be stopped immediately. Because this is White's, the oldest and most exclusive gentlemen's club in the world, and unless your name is on a very short list, you are not getting in. Ever. King Charles III is a member. His son, Prince William, is a member. And between you and me, there are men who have waited 40 years for membership and died before their name came up. 40 years of waiting to sit in a leather chair and read the newspaper in peace. Can you imagine wanting something that badly? Tonight, we are going behind those closed doors. We are going to discover what really happened in these temples of masculinity where Victorian gentlemen could finally take off their mum masks and be themselves. And I promise you, what happened inside makes modern Las Vegas look like a church social. Let me set the scene for you. It is 1815, and Britain has just defeated Napoleon at Waterloo. After decades of war, there is suddenly peace, and a whole generation of young aristocrats finds themselves with a problem they have never had before: too much time and too much money. These are men in their 20s and 30s who are raised to be soldiers, trained for military glory, bred for combat. And suddenly there is no war to fight, no battles to win, no way to prove their manhood through traditional masculine pursuits. So what do? They gamble. They gamble like men possessed. White's had started life as a chocolate house, a place where gentlemen could gather to drink hot chocolate, which was an exotic luxury at the time. But by the early 1700s, it had transformed into something very different. It became a gambling establishment, and not just any gambling establishment. This was where the stakes were so high that fortunes could change hands in a single night. We are not talking about betting a few pounds. We are talking about men wagering their entire estates, their family homes that had been in their lineage for generations, on the turn of a card. Let me tell you about a bet that actually happened at White's. Two members were standing by the window on a rainy day, watching the raindrops run down the glass. One of them said, "I wager you £1,000 that my raindrop reaches the bottom before yours." £1,000. In today's money, that is roughly $150,000 on which raindrop would win a race down a window. The other man accepted. They stood there, these grown men, these pillars of society, watching raindrops and holding their breath. Can you picture it? And here is the wildest part. This was considered normal behaviour. The betting book at White's still exists, and it is one of the most extraordinary historical documents you will ever read. Members would write down their bets, both men would sign, and witnesses would countersign. Some of the entries are mundane, bets on horse races, on political elections, on whether it would snow by Christmas, but others are absolutely insane. There is a bet from 1750 about whether a man's servant could survive underwater for 12 hours. Spoiler alert, he could not. The servant drowned, and somebody won money over his death. Let that sink in for a moment. A human being died so two wealthy men could settle a wager. Or consider this gem from 1785. Lord Cholmondeley gave 2 guineas to Lord Derby to receive 500 guineas whenever Lord Derby succeeded in, and I am going to phrase this delicately, having intimate relations with a woman in a hot air balloon 1,000 yards above the earth. Yes, you heard that correctly. A Victorian gentleman bet on whether another gentleman would join the Mile High Club in a balloon. Did it happen? History does not tell us, but the bet was real, written down, signed and witnessed. Now you might be wondering, why would intelligent men make such absurd bets? And the answer tells us something profound about masculinity and boredom and the desperate human need to feel alive. These men lived in a society with rigid rules about everything. How you dressed, how you spoke, whom you could marry, what you could say in polite company. Every moment of their public lives was choreographed, controlled, predictable. The clubs represented the opposite. Inside those walls, you could be spontaneous, you could be ridiculous, you could be yourself, whatever that meant, but it went deeper than just blowing off steam. Gambling, particularly high-stakes gambling, was a way of proving your masculinity, your nerve, your breeding. A true gentleman was supposed to be able to lose a fortune with a smile, with grace, with absolute composure. There are stories of men losing their entire inheritance in a night of cards and then calmly ordering another bottle of wine as if nothing had happened. This was considered admirable. This was considered the mark of a real man. Let me tell you about Charles James Fox, one of the most famous politicians of the late 18th century. Fox was a brilliant orator, a champion of liberal causes, a man who could have been Prime Minister. But he was also one of the most notorious gamblers in England. By the time he was 24 years old, he had lost the equivalent of several £1,000,000 in today's money at the gambling tables. His father had to bail him out repeatedly, and Fox's response? He just kept gambling. He could not stop. Because in his world, a gentleman gambled. It was what you did. It was how you proved you had nerve, that you could handle pressure, that you were not some boring, cautious, middle-class nobody. The most popular game at these clubs was whist, which is the ancestor of modern bridge. It is a card game that requires skill, strategy, and teamwork. But make no mistake, at places like White's and Brooks, whist was not a friendly pastime. It was blood sport. Arthur Wellesley, the first Duke of Wellington, the hero of Waterloo, the man who defeated Napoleon, was a regular at White's. He supposedly bet £100 every single night on whist. Every night. £100. And for him that was conservative. He was known as one of the more restrained gamblers. Think about what £100 represented. At that time, a skilled labourer might earn £50 per year. The Duke of Wellington was betting twice an annual working-class salary every single night on cards. And he was one of the careful ones. Some men would bet thousands in a single hand. The losses were so common, so expected, that the clubs kept detailed records of who owed what to whom. Gambling debts were considered debts of honour, more sacred than business debts or even family obligations. If you welched on a gambling debt, you would be blackballed from every club, socially destroyed. But if you simply went bankrupt from gambling, well, that was unfortunate, but it could happen to anyone. Here is where the class system shows itself again. If a working-class man gambled away his wages, he was a fool, a wastrel, a bad husband and father. If an aristocrat gambled away his estate, he was unlucky, he had bad cards. The game was against him. See how the same action gets completely different moral weight depending on who is doing it. And it was not just gambling. These clubs were where real power lived. Business deals were made over dinner at the club. Political alliances were forged over brandy and cigars. If you were not a member of the right clubs, you were not part of the conversation. You did not matter. The clubs were exclusivity made physical. They were where the invisible walls of the class system became actual walls that you could not pass through. The membership process was brutal. You had to be proposed by an existing member and seconded by another. Then every single member got to vote on your admission using a secret ballot. White balls meant yes, black balls meant no. But here is the genius, or the cruelty depending on how you look at it. Just one black ball was enough to reject you. 1. A single member could veto your admission for any reason or no reason at all. They did not have to explain. They did not have to justify it. They just dropped a black ball in the box and your application was dead. This is where we get the term blackballed. And once you were blackballed from one club, word spread. You might be locked out of respectable society forever. The Garrick Club, which catered to actors and theatrical types, actually put their philosophy in writing. It would be better that 10 unobjectionable men should be excluded than one terrible bore should be admitted. Let me repeat that. They would rather reject 10 perfectly fine people than risk letting in one person who might be boring. The cruelty is almost breathtaking in its honesty. So who got blackballed? Well, anyone who did not fit the mould. New money, certainly. A man who had made his fortune in trade or manufacturing, no matter how wealthy, no matter how educated, might find himself rejected by men with ancient titles and empty bank accounts. The aristocracy was perfectly comfortable being broke as long as they could keep the nouveau riche out of their clubs. Social purity was more important than actual money. But the clubs were not just about keeping people out, they were also about what happened inside, and this is where things get really interesting. Because once the doors closed and the curtains were drawn, Victorian propriety went out the window. Men drank to excess, they told dirty jokes, they discussed their mistresses openly, they made outrageous statements they would never dare voice in public. The clubs were pressure release valves for a society that demanded constant performance. Let me paint you a picture of a typical evening at Brooks Club in the 1830s. You would arrive around 7 in the evening, having already spent the day at business or social obligations. You would hand your hat and coat to a servant who knew your name, your preferences, your habits. You would go to the smoking room first because God forbid you smoke in mixed company or even in your own drawing room. Tobacco was seen as too masculine, too coarse for respectable spaces. But here, light up. Fill the room with smoke until you can barely see across the table. Then dinner. Multi-course affairs that could last for hours. The food at top clubs was exceptional. They competed to have the best chefs, the finest wines. You might have turtle soup, which was a delicacy. Roasted game birds. Beef that had been aged for weeks, potatoes in cream sauce, cheese and port to finish, and all of this served by waiters who moved like ghosts, silent and efficient, never interrupting the conversation. And what conversations they were! Politics, certainly. These men ran the country after all. Business deals, gossip about who was sleeping with whom, stories about hunting trips and military service. Jokes that would make a sailor blush. All the things you could never say in front of women or in polite society. This was male space, pure and undiluted. No refinement required, no pretense necessary. After dinner, the serious gambling would begin. Card tables would be set up, money would appear, and for the next several hours, sometimes until dawn, men would play. Fortunes rose and fell. Some nights you would win enough to buy a new carriage. Other nights you would lose enough to have to sell one. And through it all, you were expected to maintain that gentlemanly composure. Win or lose, you smiled. You made a witty remark. You ordered another drink. You never, ever showed that you cared. Do you see the psychological training here? These clubs were teaching men how to maintain a facade under extreme pressure. How to hide their true feelings, how to perform masculine stoicism even when their insides were churning with panic. In a way, the clubs were practice spaces for the emotional repression that Victorian men had to perfect. If you could lose your family estate without flinching, you could certainly hide your feelings about anything else. But there was a darker side to all this, and it is something we need to talk about. Because while these clubs provided camaraderie and escape, they also enabled addiction and destroyed lives. Gambling addiction is a real thing, and Victorian England had no concept of it as a medical condition. If you could not control your gambling, that was your moral failing, your weakness. Nobody intervened. Nobody staged an intervention or suggested you get help. They just watched you spiral downward and made bets on how long it would take you to hit bottom. There are heartbreaking stories of young men inheriting titles and estates at 21 who were completely ruined by 25. 4 years. That is all it took. They would be introduced to the clubs, welcomed into this world of luxury and excess, and they had no defences against it. They did not know how to moderate. They did not understand the real consequences. They just knew that gambling was what gentlemen did, so they gambled. And they lost, and they kept gambling, trying to win back what they had lost, which is the classic pattern of addiction. And here is the really insidious part. The clubs had no incentive to stop this. Some clubs actually made money by taking a percentage of the pot or charging fees for hosting games. Wealthy addicts were good for business. So there was this unspoken agreement. We will all pretend this is fine. This is just high spirits. This is what young men do. We will not call it addiction. We will not acknowledge the destruction. We will just keep the champagne flowing and the cards dealing and hope that eventually these young men either learn control or run out of money to lose. The marriage market was deeply intertwined with club gambling, and this is something that does not get talked about enough. When a young aristocrat gambled away his inheritance, he had one remaining asset, his title. And there were plenty of wealthy families, new money families, who desperately wanted aristocratic connections. So the broke gambler would marry the daughter of a businessman or industrialist. She brought money, he brought a title, and everyone pretended it was a love match. But really, it was a financial transaction designed to repair the damage done at the club tables. Can you imagine being that young woman, married off to a man who sees you primarily as a source of funds to continue his gambling habit, knowing that your dowry will probably end up in the pockets of other club members? But you have no choice because marriage to a titled man, even a broke one, is still better than being merely wealthy with no social position. The clubs did not just affect the men who were members, they shaped the entire social structure, including the lives of women who would never be allowed through those doors. I mentioned earlier that Wellington, the Duke of Wellington, was a regular at White's. There is a wonderful detail about him that captures the absurdity of club life. Wellington essentially lived at White's. He had a bedroom there, he ate all his meals there, he conducted business there. His wife lived in their actual house and he lived at his club. This was not considered strange. This was not grounds for divorce or social censure. This was just what gentlemen did. They had wives for producing heirs and maintaining households. They had clubs for actually living their lives. The physical layout of these clubs reveals a lot about Victorian priorities. Ground floor, entrance hall, cloakroom, maybe a library. First floor, dining room, the grand spaces where you might occasionally bring a guest. Second floor, card rooms, billiard rooms, smoking rooms, the real action. Third floor and above, bedrooms for members who needed to sleep off a night of gambling or drinking, or who, like Wellington, basically lived there. And absolutely nowhere in any of these buildings was there space for women, not even in the kitchen. Male cooks, male servers, male everything. These were monasteries dedicated to masculinity and privilege. The clubs also had their own peculiar rules and rituals that marked them as separate worlds. At White's, you could not discuss business in the dining room. At the Reform Club, you had to dress formally for dinner, no exceptions. At Brooks, certain chairs were reserved for senior members, and if you sat in one by accident, you would be quietly but firmly asked to move. These rules served no practical purpose. They existed purely to create an in-group and out-group to make sure everyone knew their place in the hierarchy. And that hierarchy was everything. Even within these exclusive clubs there were levels. The newest members sat at less prestigious tables. They were given the worst seats. They had to wait for senior members to invite them to join a game. It was high school cafeteria politics, except with men in their 30s and 40s and much higher stakes. The human need to create pecking orders apparently never goes away, no matter how sophisticated we think we are. As the 19th century progressed, the clubs proliferated. By the late Victorian era, there were over 400 clubs in London. 400, they diversified too. There were clubs for military men, clubs for artists, clubs for scholars, clubs for sportsmen. The Athenaeum was for intellectuals and had 52 Nobel Prize winners as members over the years. The Savage Club was for bohemian types and creative souls. Each one had its own character, its own requirements, its own waiting list. But the truly elite clubs, Whites and Brooks and a handful of others, they remained at the top. They were where real power lived. And membership in those clubs was worth more than money. It was worth more than talent. It was worth more than anything except maybe a royal title. Because being part of those clubs meant you were part of the conversation that shaped Britain and, by extension, shaped the world. Sitting here tonight, thinking about these clubs, I am struck by how little has changed in some ways. We still have exclusive spaces. We still create hierarchies. We still use membership and access as ways to signal status. Silicon Valley has its elite networks. Wall Street has its inner circles. Politics has its back rooms where the real decisions get made. We like to think we are more democratic, more egalitarian. But scratch the surface and you will find the same dynamics the Victorians perfected, just with different names and slightly different rules. The Victorian Gentlemen's Club was many things: refuge, addiction enabler, power centre, fraternity, prison. For some men it was salvation, the one place they could truly relax and be themselves. For others it was destruction, the place where they lost everything, and for all of them it was necessary. Because living the double life we talked about in the beginning, that took work, it took energy, and you needed somewhere to recover, to drop the mask, even if only temporarily. The clubs provided that space. They made the double life sustainable. But there were other spaces too, darker spaces, where Victorian men went to satisfy desires even the clubs could not accommodate. Because gambling and drinking and male bonding, those were just some of the secrets Victorian men kept. There were other appetites, other needs, that required different venues. And that is where we are headed next. We are going to talk about something Victorian society pretended did not exist, while simultaneously sustaining an entire economy around it. We are going to explore the world of prostitution in Victorian London, a world that was vast, complex, and absolutely essential to understanding how these men lived. The statistics alone will shock you. The rationalizations will infuriate you. And the human stories behind it all will break your heart. Stay with me, we are going deeper into the shadows. In 1841, a gentleman using the pen name the Honourable Felgie published a small book titled Swell's Night Guide Through the Metropolis. It was never sold in bookstores, it was never advertised in newspapers, it was printed for private circulation only, passed quietly from hand to hand among men who knew what it was. And what was it? A guidebook to London's prostitutes. A detailed directory listing specific women, describing their physical attributes, rating their services, and providing the addresses where they could be found. One entry praised Miss Allen as a perfect English beauty in her 19th year of symmetrical form. No one will regret passing an hour in her company and drinking deep at that mystic fountain of human pleasure. Another recommended Mrs. Smith, whose pouting lips would tempt an anchorite, and who has a knack of coaxing a customer into a purchase which is novel and delightful. This was not pornography. This was a consumer guide, like a restaurant review, but for human beings. And it existed because there was enormous demand for exactly this kind of information among respectable Victorian gentlemen who wanted to know where to find prostitutes but did not want to risk their reputations by asking around. Tonight, we need to talk about something that Victorian society depended on but refused to acknowledge. Something that involved potentially 80,000 women in London alone. Something that supported an underground economy worth billions in today's money, and something that reveals the absolute core hypocrisy at the heart of Victorian morality. Because while these men were proclaiming loudly about purity and virtue and the sanctity of the family, they were simultaneously sustaining one of the largest prostitution industries in history. Let me give you some numbers that will put this in perspective. In 1857, a police investigation estimated there were approximately 6,000 brothels in London and around 80,000 prostitutes. 80,000. The city's total population at that time was about 2.5 million. That means roughly 1 in every 31 people was a prostitute. But let us be clear, these were almost exclusively women. So if we look at just the female population, we are talking about 1 in every 15 or 16 women in London engaged in prostitution at some level. 1 in 15. Let that sink in while you're lying there. Now, who were their customers? Not mysterious strangers, not just sailors on shore leave or travelling salesmen. No, the primary clientele were respectable married men, gentlemen with wives at home, fathers with children, churchgoers, businessmen, politicians. The same men who were passing laws about public decency during the day were visiting brothels at night. And everybody knew it, but nobody could say it. Here is where the Victorian philosophy about women gets truly twisted. Remember I mentioned William Acton, the physician who wrote that most respectable women had no sexual feelings? Well, he and many others created an entire theory to justify prostitution. The theory went like this. Men have powerful, uncontrollable sexual urges. This is natural, biological, unavoidable. Meanwhile, respectable women, wives and daughters, are pure creatures with little to no sexual desire. They engage in marital relations purely for procreation, as a duty to their husbands, not for pleasure. Therefore, if a man has strong sexual needs, and his pure wife cannot meet those needs without being degraded, where should he turn? The answer in their minds was prostitutes. Women who were already, as they saw it, fallen. Women who had lost their virtue and therefore could serve this necessary social function without causing additional moral harm. In this deeply warped logic, prostitution actually protected the virtue of respectable women. It was a kind of social safety valve. Men could satisfy their base urges with prostitutes, then return home to their wives who remained unburdened by such earthly concerns. I wish I was exaggerating, but this was the actual rationalization published in medical journals and discussed in Parliament. The Church of England largely looked the other way. Oh, there were individual clergymen who railed against vice, certainly. There were reform movements and rescue societies trying to save fallen women. But the institutional church understood that prostitution served a function in maintaining social order. As long as it stayed in certain areas, as long as it remained relatively discreet, as long as respectable women were not exposed to it, the church could pretend it did not really exist. And the locations tell us everything about Victorian priorities. Covent Garden, which today is a charming area full of flower markets and street performers, was Victorian London's most notorious red light district. The Theatre Royal at Covent Garden had private boxes that came equipped, according to the Swell's Night Guide, with snug and secret retiring ante-rooms with voluptuous couches and all things requisite for the comfort and convenience of the debauchee. Think about that. One of London's premier cultural institutions had rooms specifically designed for men to have sex with prostitutes during intermission. Culture and vice existing in the same building, serving the same clientele. The Haymarket was another centre of prostitution. The Strand, certain streets in Westminster. And here is what is fascinating. These were not hidden away in slums or distant neighbourhoods. These were central London locations, places that respectable people walked past every day. The prostitution was happening in plain sight. Women would stand outside certain pubs or theatres, and everyone understood what they were offering. The police knew, the clergy knew, the wives probably knew, but Victorian society had this incredible ability to simply not see what it did not want to see. Let me tell you about the economics of it, because that reveals something important. A prostitute working the streets might charge anywhere from 6p to 5 shillings per customer, depending on the location and the service. To put that in perspective, A working-class labourer earned perhaps 10 to 15 shillings per week. So a prostitute who could see 6 customers in an evening at 2 shillings each was making more in one night than a factory worker made in a week. This is why so many women turned to prostitution. It was not moral failing, it was economic survival. But the economics worked differently at different levels. At the bottom, you had street prostitutes, women who were often desperately poor, who might be working to support children or elderly parents, or who had fallen into prostitution after being seduced and abandoned, which was a common story. Once a woman lost her virginity outside of marriage, her prospects for respectable employment or marriage were destroyed. Society offered her almost no alternatives except prostitution or starvation, so she chose survival. In the middle, you had prostitutes working out of brothels or introducing houses, establishments where clients could meet women in a relatively comfortable setting. The madam would take a cut, but the women had some protection and regular customers. These women might make enough to live decently, to save money, to eventually retire from the profession if they were smart and lucky. At the top, you had the courtesans, what the Victorians called kept women or demi-reps. These were women who were essentially mistresses to wealthy men. They lived in nice apartments, wore fine clothes, attended the theatre and opera, moved in society's margins. They were not quite respectable, but they were tolerated. Some of them became famous. Their names appeared in gossip columns. Their fashion choices were imitated. They occupied this strange liminal space where everyone knew what they were, but nobody acknowledged it directly. Harriet Wilson was probably the most famous courtesan of the early Victorian era. She had affairs with lords, politicians, even royalty. When she decided to publish her memoirs in 1825, panic swept through London's upper classes. She had names, she had dates, she had details. Men who were now married with families, who held important positions, who had reputations to protect, were terrified. According to legend, she sent letters to her former clients offering them the opportunity to pay her to be left out of the book. Some paid, others refused. The Duke of Wellington famously replied, "Publish and be damned," and she did. The book was a sensation, multiple editions, everyone reading it and pretending they were not. But for every Harriet Wilson who made a fortune and retired comfortably, there were thousands of women who suffered terribly. The average life expectancy of a prostitute in Victorian London was estimated at just over 20 years from when they entered the profession. 20 years. They died of disease, primarily syphilis and other sexually transmitted infections that had no cure. They died of violence from customers or pimps. They died of alcoholism and drug addiction, because many prostitutes used gin or laudanum to numb themselves to what they had to do. They died in childbirth with babies that no one would claim. They died young and were buried in unmarked graves, forgotten by everyone except maybe their families, who often pretended they had never existed. The reform movements that did exist were often worse than useless. The Contagious Diseases Acts, passed in the 1860s, required women suspected of prostitution in certain areas to undergo regular medical examinations for venereal disease. If they were found to be infected, they could be detained in lock hospitals for up to 3 months for treatment. But here is the thing. Only the women were examined, only the women were detained. Their male customers faced no consequences whatsoever. So the laws were ostensibly about public health, but really they were about controlling women and protecting men. The message was clear. If disease spreads, it is the woman's fault, never the man's. Think about the psychology this created. A respectable Victorian gentleman could visit a prostitute, contract syphilis, bring it home to his wife, infect her and their unborn children, and society would blame the prostitute, not him. His wife might suffer for years, might die young, her children might be born blind or mentally disabled from congenital syphilis. And still, the prostitute was the villain of the story. The cognitive dissonance is breathtaking. There were rescue societies, charities run largely by wealthy women who wanted to save fallen women from lives of sin. But their methods reveal a lot about Victorian attitudes. Women who agreed to be rescued had to essentially become penitent nuns. They were taken to homes where they worked long hours at menial labour, usually laundry work for little or no pay. They attended religious services multiple times a day. They were watched constantly to ensure they maintained proper behaviour. And they were told again and again that they were lucky to be saved, that they should be grateful, that their past sins could only be washed away through endless suffering and submission. Many women left these rescue homes and went straight back to prostitution, not because they loved the work, not because they were inherently immoral, but because at least as a prostitute you had some freedom. You controlled your own time, you could earn real money, you were not constantly being told you were evil and needed to grovel for forgiveness. For many women, prostitution was the better option compared to the alternatives Victorian society offered them. Let me tell you about someone we do not know much about, because her story only survives in fragments. The Swells Night Guide mentions a woman named Helen Elizabeth Southey. The writer describes her with what seems like genuine sympathy as someone who has seen better days, and who came from a respectable family but fell on hard times. That is all we know, just a name, a hint of a backstory, and the fact that by 1841 she was working as a prostitute in London. What happened to her? Did she survive? Did she escape? Did she die young like so many others? History does not tell us. She is just one of 80,000, most of whom left no trace except in police records or parish burial registers. But some stories we do know more completely, and they are heartbreaking. Many prostitutes were former domestic servants who'd been seduced by their employers or their employers' sons, then dismissed when they became pregnant. Victorian morality had no forgiveness for a woman who lost her virtue, regardless of the circumstances. It did not matter if she was raped. It did not matter if she was coerced. It did not matter if she was 15 years old and promised marriage by a man 20 years her senior, who had no intention of keeping his word. Once fallen, always fallen. The man faced no consequences. The woman was destroyed. Or consider the governesses, educated women who found themselves in impossible positions. They were too educated to work as servants, but not wealthy enough to live without employment. They lived with families but were not part of the families. They had to maintain perfect propriety because any hint of scandal would make them unemployable. But they were isolated, often lonely, vulnerable to advances from the men of the household. If something happened, if they became pregnant, or even if they were just accused of impropriety, they were dismissed without references, and a governess without references had almost no options except prostitution. The theatre world was intimately connected with prostitution. Actresses were automatically assumed to be available for purchase. The line between performing on stage and providing other services was deliberately blurred. Theatre boxes and lobbies were where businessmen went to meet prostitutes who catered to wealthier clients. The Swells Night Guide actually devotes an entire chapter to actresses, noting they were in greater demand amongst men of gallantry than any other class of women because of their beauty, agreeable manners, spirit and vivacity. One actress mentioned in the guide was Mrs. Honey, who had turned the brains of half the young men about town and was the subject of newspaper articles, sonnets and songs. Think about that. A woman who was openly working as a prostitute was being celebrated in poetry, not officially, of course, not in ways that explicitly acknowledged what she was, but everyone knew, everyone understood, and young men competed for her attention and her time, spending fortunes to be associated with her, while their mothers and sisters pretended none of this was happening. The French houses are particularly revealing about Victorian hypocrisy. These were businesses, usually run by French women, that posed as millinery shops or dressmaking establishments. You would see a respectable storefront. You could even buy a hat there. But if you knew the right words, if you had been introduced properly, you could go to the back rooms where prostitutes were available. The Swell's Night Guide specifically mentions Madame d'Antiche in Berry Street, St. James, who conceals the nature of her calling by carrying on the business of a milliner and dressmaker, St. James. That is the neighbourhood where the elite clubs were located. White's, Brooks, all the prestigious establishments we talked about earlier. So a gentleman could leave his club, walk a few blocks, visit a French house disguised as a shop, then return to his club for brandy and cigars, all without ever appearing to have done anything improper. The geography was designed for this. The entire district was set up to accommodate the double life. And the wives, good Lord, the wives. What must it have been like to be married to a man you knew was doing this? Victorian women were not stupid. They knew their husbands were visiting prostitutes. They could see the signs, the late nights, the money missing from accounts. Sometimes they could even smell the perfume, see the stains. But they could not say anything. To acknowledge it would be to admit they knew about such things, which would compromise their own respectability. So they stayed silent. They pretended everything was fine. They focused on their children and their households and their charitable work. And they died a little inside every day. Some women tried to protect themselves. The separate bedroom arrangement we see in Victorian houses was partly about this. If you had separate bedrooms, you could at least control when your husband had access to you. You could plead illness or exhaustion. You could establish some boundaries, but many women had no such luxury. They were expected to submit to their husbands regardless of their own feelings, regardless of where those husbands had been or what diseases they might be carrying. Syphilis was epidemic in Victorian England. Estimates suggest that 1 in 5 adults in London had syphilis at some point. 1 in 5, and there was no cure. The treatments available, primarily mercury-based, were almost as bad as the disease. They caused tooth loss, brain damage, personality changes. You would see gentlemen with telltale signs, the distinctive rash, the lesions, the sunken nose that came in later stages. Everyone would politely ignore it. Nobody would mention it. The man would continue attending social functions until he literally could not anymore. And the children. Babies born with congenital syphilis suffered terribly. Many died in infancy. Those who survived often had developmental disabilities, blindness, deafness, deformed bones. Victorian cemeteries are full of tiny graves, children who died in their first year of life, and while infant mortality was high for many reasons, untreated sexually transmitted infections were a significant factor. I want to be clear about something. The women working as prostitutes were not villains. They were victims of a system that gave them impossible choices. The real villains were the men who created and sustained this system. The men who wrote laws that punished women for prostitution but not men for using prostitutes. The men who seduced servants and then abandoned them. The men who visited brothels regularly but would not speak to a fallen woman on the street. The men who proclaimed Victorian morality while violating its core principles every night. Those men created this hell, then blamed the women trapped in it. There were some voices calling this out. Josephine Butler led the campaign against the Contagious Diseases Act, arguing that they were fundamentally unjust, and that any law about prostitution should apply equally to men and women. She was viciously attacked for even discussing such topics in public. Respectable people were horrified the lady would speak openly about prostitution and sexual disease, but she persisted, and eventually in 1886 the acts were repealed. It was a small victory, but it showed that the system could be challenged. As I lie here thinking about these 80,000 women, I am struck by how invisible they were supposed to be. They performed a function that Victorian society absolutely depended on, but they were supposed to disappear, to not count, to be ghosts moving through the city providing services but never being acknowledged as full human beings with stories and hopes and pain, and mostly they did disappear. We have the Swells Night Guide, we have police records and charity reports, we have a handful of memoirs from the very few who escaped and could tell their stories, but most of those 80,000 women, we know nothing about them. Nothing. They left no trace except in the lives they touched and the system they supported. What keeps me awake sometimes is realizing that this same dynamic exists today. Different specifics, certainly, but the core pattern, where society creates impossible situations for certain groups of people, then blames those people for responding to those situations in the only ways available to them, that is still with us. We are still very good at not seeing what we do not want to see, at maintaining comfortable fictions, at blaming the vulnerable for systems that victimize them. The Victorian gentleman walking home from a brothel could pass a church and genuinely believe himself to be a good Christian. He could attend services on Sunday and feel no contradiction. He could teach his daughters about virtue while paying for sex on Saturday night. The human capacity for compartmentalization, for holding contradictory beliefs simultaneously, is truly remarkable, and Victorian men perfected it. But there was one form of sexuality they could not tolerate, could not compartmentalize, could not pretend to ignore. Homosexuality. And the Victorian response to male intimacy was so extreme, so punitive, that it drove countless men to despair and destruction. In just a moment, we are going to explore that world, the underground networks of men who loved men, in a society that not only condemned them, but criminalized them. We will talk about the spectacular downfall of Oscar Wilde, a man whose wit could not save him from Victorian moral fury. And we will discover that while Victorian men could forgive themselves almost anything when it came to women, when it came to each other, there was no forgiveness, only shame and punishment. The contrast reveals something essential about Victorian ideas of masculinity and power. Stay with me. This story goes even darker before we find any light. What if I told you that Victorian doctors believed masturbation could kill you? Not figuratively, actually kill you. They published medical texts with diagrams showing the progression from healthy young man to skeletal, hollow-eyed corpse, all because of what they called self-pollution, or the solitary vice. They believed that each time a man ejaculated, he was literally draining his vital life force, his essence, the very substance that kept him alive, and they were deadly serious about this. In 1845, a consulting surgeon named R.J. Brodie published a book called The Secret Companion, a medical work on onanism or self-pollution. On the very first page he writes, "The practice of the solitary vice, onanism, menastration or masturbation has been condemned by all writers, whether medical men, philosophers or divines, from the earliest ages of mankind." He goes on to call it a perverted inclination and a baneful habit which destroys the germ of manhood. Destroys the germ of manhood. Imagine being a teenage boy reading those words and realizing you have just destroyed your manhood, possibly forever. Tonight, we need to talk about perhaps the most psychologically damaging aspect of Victorian male life. The absolute terror surrounding masturbation. Because this was not just disapproval. This was a full-scale medical and moral panic that warped the psyches of millions of men and boys, created an industry of torture devices masquerading as cures, and left emotional scars that probably echo through family lines to this very day. Let me take you back to where this madness started. In 1758, a Swiss physician named Samuel Auguste Tissot published a treatise called Onanism, or a treatise upon the disorders produced by masturbation. This book would shape Western thinking about sexuality for the next 150 years. Tissot claimed that losing 1 ounce of semen was equivalent to losing 40 ounces of blood. 40 ounces. Think about that math for a second. A single ejaculation in his mind was equivalent to losing more than 2 pints of blood. And he listed the consequences: blindness, epilepsy, memory loss, insanity, impotence, and eventually death. Now, where did Tissot get these ideas? Partly from ancient Greek medicine and the theory of humours, the belief that the body contained fluids that needed to be kept in perfect balance. Partly from Christian teachings about the sin of Onan, who was struck dead by God for spilling his seed. But mostly, I think, from observing people who are already sick for other reasons and then finding out they masturbated, which, given that basically everyone masturbates, was not exactly a scientific control group. But Tissot was convinced, and because he was a respected physician, because he framed it in medical terms, because he claimed to have witnessed patients waste away after episodes of self-pleasure, other doctors believed him, and the terror began. By the Victorian era, this had evolved into something even more specific and even more terrifying. They invented a condition called spermatorrhea. This was supposedly a disease where men lost semen involuntarily, through nocturnal emissions or even just general leakage, and this loss was causing them to waste away. The symptoms of spermatorrhea, according to Victorian medical texts, included blushing, crying, breathlessness, melancholy, sensitivity, loss of confidence, becoming fretful, loss of dignity, and being generally disagreeable. In other words, the symptoms of spermatorrhea were the symptoms of being a normal human being who occasionally feels emotions. But Victorian doctors looked at young men experiencing anxiety or depression and immediately asked about their habits. And if a young man admitted to masturbating, well, there was your diagnosis. Never mind that the anxiety might have had nothing to do with masturbation. Never mind that correlation is not causation. Never mind that they were asking deeply personal questions to people who had been taught that masturbation was shameful. The doctors found what they were looking for because they believed it was there. Let me tell you a story that captures the absolute psychological torture this caused. George Drysdale was born in 1824 to a prominent Edinburgh family. His father was city treasurer and a Tory leader. His mother moved in literary and scientific circles. George had every advantage. But around 1835, when he was about 11 years old, he discovered masturbation. By age 15, he was doing it 2 to 3 times a day for about a year. And he became convinced, absolutely convinced, that this was going to lead to his mental and physical breakdown. The fear consumed him. He could not talk to anyone about it because admitting it would be admitting to moral degeneracy. So he suffered alone, terrified, watching himself for any sign of the decline that medical texts promised was coming. When he went to Glasgow University in 1841, he started having nocturnal emissions, wet dreams, which are completely normal and involuntary. But to George, these were proof that he had damaged himself so badly that he could no longer control his own body even in sleep. He became terrified he was heading toward madness. Can you imagine living like that? Being a teenager, going through normal physical development, experiencing normal desires, and believing that you are literally dying because of it, that you are rotting from the inside out, that your brain is turning to mush. The psychological damage must have been immense. And George was not alone. Victorian medical literature is full of letters from desperate young men begging doctors for help. Dear Sir, I have engaged in the solitary vice and now fear I have ruined my health. Can I be saved?" These letters are heartbreaking. You can feel the terror, the shame, the desperation. And what did doctors tell them? That they needed to stop immediately, that they needed to exercise tremendous willpower, that they might already be beyond help but should try anyway. Dr. William Acton, who shows up again because he had opinions about everything, wrote extensively about masturbation. In his 1894 book, The Functions and Disorders of the Reproductive Organs, he calls masturbation a melancholy and repulsive habit that is degrading and debilitating to the child and injurious to the adult. He advises young men to give up the practice as early as possible, warning them that when once the vile habit has become confirmed, the young libertine runs the risk of finding himself a few years later but a debauched old man. Think about the language here: a young libertine, a debauched old man, for masturbating, for a completely normal biological function that the vast majority of humans engage in, and which causes no physical harm whatsoever. But Victorian medicine had convinced itself and society that this was a crisis, a plague, a destroyer of youth. So what did they do about it? Well, they invented cures. And when I tell you about these cures, you are going to understand just how far the fear went, just how desperate parents and doctors were to stop young men from touching themselves. First, there were the dietary cures. This is where we get Kellogg's cornflakes. Yes, that Kellogg. John Harvey Kellogg was a physician who ran the Battle Creek Sanitarium in Michigan. He was absolutely obsessed with preventing masturbation. He believed that bland, unseasoned food would reduce sexual desire. Spicy food, meat, rich food, anything with strong flavors was thought to inflame the passions. So Kellogg invented a cereal that was intentionally boring and tasteless. He genuinely believed that if boys ate cornflakes instead of bacon and eggs, they would be less likely to masturbate. The same logic applied to graham crackers, invented by Presbyterian minister Sylvester Graham, who railed against self-abuse from his pulpit. The cracker was designed to be bland enough to suppress sexual appetite. So the next time you have graham crackers with chocolate and marshmallows around a campfire, remember that they were originally invented as anti-masturbation devices. The irony is delicious. But the dietary cures were just the beginning. For boys who could not control themselves through bland food and prayer, there were physical restraints. And these were not gentle reminders. These were torture devices. The most common was called the jugum penis. This was a metal ring with inward-facing spikes that was attached to the base of the penis with a screw. Yes, a screw. The idea was that if the boy had an erection during the night, which happens naturally and involuntarily during sleep, the spikes would dig into his flesh and wake him up with pain, stopping the erection and preventing any possibility of masturbation. Can you imagine being a child and having your parents or a doctor attach a spiked metal ring to your genitals? The psychological trauma alone must have been devastating. There were variations. Some devices were like cages that prevented access entirely. Some were straps that made erections extremely painful. Some were connected to alarm bells that would wake up the household if the boy became aroused. The ingenuity that went into creating these devices is horrifying. These were not fringe practices. These were recommended by mainstream physicians and used by respectable families who genuinely believed they were saving their sons from ruin. For adults, or for cases deemed particularly severe, there were even more extreme interventions. Some doctors recommended circumcision, not for religious reasons, but as an anti-masturbation measure. The theory was that removing the foreskin would reduce sensitivity and make masturbation less pleasurable. Kellogg explicitly recommended this, and he added that the operation should be performed without anesthetic so that the brief pain attending the operation will have a salutary effect upon the mind, especially if it be connected with the idea of punishment. Let me repeat that. He recommended circumcising boys without anesthesia as punishment for masturbating. This was published in a medical textbook. This was considered legitimate medicine. There were chemical interventions too. Bromides were prescribed to reduce sexual desire. These are sedatives that could cause serious side effects, including memory problems and mental confusion, which, ironically, looked a lot like the symptoms they were supposedly trying to prevent. Some doctors advocated for silver nitrate to be applied to the urethra, which was excruciatingly painful and accomplished nothing except causing suffering. And then there was electroshock therapy. Small electrical devices could be attached to the genitals and would deliver shocks intended to condition the body against arousal. This was not some back-alley quackery. This was happening in respectable medical practices and institutions. The belief was so strong that masturbation was harmful that any intervention, no matter how painful or dangerous, seemed justified. Now, what is remarkable about all this is that it was primarily directed at middle and upper class boys and men. Working class masturbation was generally just dismissed as one more example of the moral degradation of the poor. But when middle-class parents discovered their sons engaging in this behavior, they panicked. Because for them, this was about maintaining respectability, about producing proper gentlemen who could control themselves. A son who could not control his sexual urges was a son who might bring shame on the family. The advice manuals of the era are fascinating and disturbing. They tell parents to watch for warning signs, secretive behavior, lethargy, dark circles under the eyes, lack of interest in wholesome activities. Of course, these are also signs of being a normal teenager, but Victorian parents were told to be vigilant, to monitor their sons constantly, to check sheets for stains, to observe whether boys were spending too much time in the bathroom or in bed. Can you imagine growing up under that level of surveillance? Knowing that your parents were watching you for any sign that you were touching yourself, the invasion of privacy, the constant suspicion, the message that your body was shameful and dangerous and needed to be controlled by others. This was not love. This was fear masquerading as concern, and here is the really insidious part. The anti-masturbation crusade taught Victorian boys that they could not trust their own bodies, that natural urges were dangerous, that pleasure was evil, that self-control meant not just moderating behavior, but completely suppressing normal sexuality. This created men who were profoundly disconnected from their own physical selves, who saw their bodies as enemies to be conquered, rather than as parts of themselves to be integrated and understood. The contrast with how these same men treated their visits to prostitutes is stunning. Paying for sex? Fine. Visiting brothels regularly? Acceptable. Keeping a mistress? Tolerated. But touching yourself in the privacy of your own bedroom? Monstrous. Deadly. A sin against nature. The logic makes no sense until you realize it is not really about the physical act. It is about control. Prostitution involved women who could be controlled, dominated, paid, and dismissed. Masturbation was solitary, private, requiring no one else. It was sexuality that did not involve power over someone else. And that apparently was intolerable. There were a few voices of sanity. Havelock Ellis, whose work was published at the very end of the Victorian era in 1897, was one of the first sexologists to actually study human sexuality scientifically. In his work, Studies in the Psychology of Sex, he questioned Tissot's premises and set out to disprove each claimed disease caused by masturbation. He concluded that in the case of moderate masturbation in healthy, well-born individuals, no seriously pernicious results necessarily follow. This was revolutionary. This was saying that masturbation was normal and harmless, but his work was banned as obscene. He could not get it published in England. He had to publish in America, and even there it was restricted to medical professionals. It was not until the early 20th century that medical opinion began to shift. Alfred Kinsey's research in the 1940s finally demonstrated that masturbation was nearly universal, that the vast majority of men masturbated at some point in their lives, and that those who did were no more likely to suffer from physical or mental illness than those who claimed they did not. But by then, generations of men had been damaged by Victorian teachings. Think about the men who went through this. The fear, the shame, the physical pain of those devices, the psychological torture of believing you were destroying yourself. Many of them became fathers and passed on these attitudes to their children. The trauma echoed through generations. Even today, even in our supposedly enlightened era, there are people who carry shame about masturbation, who believe it is harmful or wrong, who struggle with guilt over something completely natural. That is the Victorian legacy. And here is what really gets me. While Victorian medicine was terrorizing boys about masturbation, while they were inventing torture devices and bland cereals, actual medical problems were being ignored. Real sexual dysfunction, real trauma, real issues that could have been addressed with compassion and proper care were being overlooked because all the focus was on stopping people from touching themselves. George Drysdale, the young man I mentioned earlier, who was so terrified of his wet dreams. He eventually became a physician himself and wrote a book called The Elements of Social Science, in which he argued for sexual education and against the anti-masturbation hysteria. He had seen firsthand the damage it caused, and he tried to push back against it, but he had to publish anonymously, because the ideas were too controversial. Even as a qualified physician, he could not put his name on a book that suggested masturbation might not be the end of the world. The sheer amount of anxiety that Victorian men carried about their bodies, about their desires, about their essential humanness, is almost impossible to comprehend from our modern perspective. Every natural urge had to be scrutinized, controlled, possibly medicated or restrained. The ideal Victorian man was someone who had conquered his physical self entirely, who never gave in to base desires, who maintained perfect control at all times. But of course, nobody can actually live like that. Nobody can completely suppress their sexuality. So what happened? Men developed what we would now call neuroses, anxiety disorders, obsessive thoughts, depression, and Victorian medicine looked at these symptoms and said, yes, this is because you masturbated 10 years ago. They never connected the dots that maybe, just maybe, the anxiety was caused by the terror they had instilled, not by the act itself. I wonder how many Victorian men lived their entire lives carrying secret shame about something they did as teenagers. How many went to their graves believing they had ruined their health, damaged their minds, failed to be the men they should have been? How many relationships were affected? How many marriages struggled because men had been taught that their sexuality was monstrous? And the cruelty of it is that this was all unnecessary. Every bit of suffering, every torture device, every moment of shame and fear was based on pseudoscience and moral panic. Masturbation does not cause blindness or insanity or death. It is a normal part of human sexuality. The Victorian crusade against it accomplished nothing except creating misery. As you lie there tonight, if you've ever felt shame about your body or your desires, I want you to know that you are carrying Victorian baggage. Those attitudes, those fears, those ideas about purity and self-control, those were invented by people who were profoundly disconnected from their own humanity. You deserve better. Everyone deserves better. But the Victorian disconnect from the body went beyond sexuality. Because while they were terrorizing boys about masturbation and visiting prostitutes after dark, these same men were also dealing with another kind of bodily reality that they found extremely difficult to discuss. hygiene, or more accurately, the shocking lack of it. In just a moment, we are going to explore what Victorian gentlemen actually smelled like, how rarely they bathed, what they used instead of toothpaste, and why those perfectly dressed men in those old photographs were probably desperate for deodorant that did not exist yet. Trust me, once you learn what life was really like before modern plumbing and daily showers, you will never look at a Victorian portrait the same way again. The contrast between their perfect exteriors and their actual physical reality is almost comical, almost. Stay with me. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine stepping into a crowded Victorian ballroom. The year is 1860. The room glitters with candlelight reflecting off crystal chandeliers. Ladies in silk gowns sweep across the floor. Gentlemen in impeccable evening wear bow and converse, everything looks perfect like a painting come to life. Now, take a deep breath through your nose. What do you smell? Sweat, unwashed bodies, stale perfume attempting and failing to mask body odour, the acidic smell of armpits that have not been washed in days, maybe weeks, the musty odour of clothes that have never been cleaned, just brushed, breath that reeks because teeth are rotting in people's mouths, hair oil gone rancid, and underneath it all, the ever-present smell of sewage from the cesspits beneath the city. That is the reality behind those beautiful images. Victorian England did not smell like roses. It smelled like humanity at its most pungent. Tonight, we are going to shatter one of the most persistent myths about the Victorian era, the myth of cleanliness. Because when you see those photographs of perfectly groomed gentlemen with their elaborate facial hair and pristine clothing, your modern brain assumes they were clean. They were not by any standard we would recognize today. And the reasons why reveal everything about Victorian priorities, medical beliefs, and the sheer physical discomfort of being a human being before modern plumbing. Let me start with the most shocking fact. The average Victorian gentleman bathed completely, meaning full body immersion in water, approximately once per week if he was wealthy and conscientious, once per month if he was middle class and typical. Some men went even longer. And before you say that is not so bad, remember, this is not a quick shower. This is heating water over a fire, hauling it upstairs, pouring it into a tub, bathing, then dealing with the used water afterward. It was a production, a whole event, and most people simply did not have the time, energy, or resources to do it frequently. But here is what really gets me. They did not think they needed to bathe more often. Victorian medical advice actually warned against bathing too frequently. There was a widespread belief that bathing too much was dangerous to your health. Water could weaken you. It could make you susceptible to illness. It could disturb the natural balance of your body's humours. So doctors, actual physicians with medical degrees, were telling people not to bathe too often. One hygiene manual from the era suggested that upon arising, take a complete bath. Not more than a quart of water is necessary, preferably rainwater. A quart, that is 4 cups. You are supposed to bathe your entire body with 4 cups of water. The reality for most Victorian men was what they called a sponge bath or a washstand bath. Every morning you would have a wash basin and a pitcher of water in your bedroom. You would pour some water into the basin, wet a cloth and wash your face, hands, neck and maybe your armpits if you were thorough. That was it. That was your daily hygiene routine. The rest of your body? That could wait for the weekly or monthly full bath. Now think about what this means. You're wearing wool clothing, heavy layers, in a time before air conditioning or even electric fans. You're walking everywhere because that is how people get around. You're working, sweating, living your life, and you're washing maybe 10% of your body each day. The rest is just accumulating sweat and dead skin and all the delightful things human bodies produce. So what did Victorian gentlemen do about the smell? They used cologne, lots of cologne. The most popular scent for men was called bay rum. It was made from rum infused with bay leaves, spices, and other aromatics. It was originally invented by sailors in the 1500s specifically for masking body odour. And it was absolutely essential for any Victorian gentleman, because without it, you would smell like what you were, an unwashed human being. But even bay rum could only do so much. That is why you see Victorian men always wearing their coats. Always. In every photograph, every painting, every social situation, men are in their coats. Part of it was social convention, certainly, but part of it was practical. The coat helped contain the smell from your armpits. Victorian etiquette manuals actually specified that a gentleman should never remove his coat while standing, sitting, riding, or walking with a lady. Why? Because the smell would become overwhelming. Women had their own solutions. They wore what were called dress shields, which were absorbent pads that you pinned inside the armpit area of your dress to soak up sweat. But these shields themselves would become disgusting after a day of wear. And remember, outer garments were never washed. Ever. You would wear the same dress or coat for years, just brushing it clean and hoping the smell did not become too noticeable. Deodorant as we know it did not exist until the very late 1800s. The first commercial deodorant, called Mum, was not patented until 1888, and even then, it was not widely adopted because people were skeptical. There was a belief that blocking perspiration was unhealthy, that your body needed to sweat to release toxins. So even when deodorant became available, many people refused to use it. Let me tell you about hair. Victorian men took great pride in their hair and facial hair. The elaborate moustaches and beards were marks of masculinity and status. But how did they keep them clean? Well, the short answer is they often did not. Hair washing was a rare event, sometimes monthly, sometimes even less frequently. One hygiene guide from the late Victorian era suggested that people with oily hair should wash every 2 weeks, and people with normal hair should wash once per month. Instead of washing, men used hair powder or pomade. The powder was meant to absorb oil, kind of like a primitive dry shampoo. The pomade was bear grease, literally rendered fat from bears, mixed with fragrant oils. You would rub this into your hair and beard to make it look shiny and manageable. But bear grease, sitting in someone's hair for weeks, getting warmed by body heat, absorbing sweat and dirt. That did not stay pleasant. Rancid bear grease has a distinctive smell, and it was one of the background odours of Victorian life. Now let us talk about teeth, because this is where things get genuinely disturbing. Dental care in the Victorian era was primitive at best. The toothbrush as we know it was invented in 1857, but it did not become common until much later. Before that, people used all sorts of things: frayed twigs, salt rubbed on with a finger, cloth wrapped around a stick, or just their finger alone. Toothpaste did not exist in a modern form. Instead, people used tooth powder made from various abrasive substances. Some recipes included chalk, crushed eggshells, or brick dust. Yes, brick dust. They were literally rubbing their teeth with ground-up bricks. Other formulations used charcoal, which actually is somewhat effective, or baking soda, which we still use today. But some tooth powders included toxic ingredients like lead or even mercury. For people who could not afford tooth powder or a brush, there was always the celery method. It was believed that eating raw celery was abrasive enough to clean your teeth naturally. Whether that actually worked, or whether it was just a way to avoid the dentist, is an open question. And speaking of dentists, they barely existed in a professional sense. Dental care was provided by whoever was available. Barbers, blacksmiths, travelling tooth pullers who would show up at fairs. The main service offered was extraction. If you had a toothache, the solution was to pull the tooth out. No anesthesia, no antibiotics, just someone with pliers yanking a tooth from your jaw while you tried not to scream. This meant that many Victorian men had missing teeth, rotting teeth, or teeth in such bad condition that their breath was genuinely horrible. There was no concept of regular dental checkups or preventive care. You dealt with your teeth only when they caused so much pain you could not ignore them anymore. And by then, extraction was usually the only option. Queen Victoria herself had a silver-handled toothbrush with boar bristles, which was considered a luxury item. But even royalty struggled with dental problems. There are records of Victoria suffering from dental abscesses and having teeth extracted throughout her life. If the Queen of England, with access to the best medical care available, had dental problems, imagine what it was like for ordinary people. The combination of poor dental hygiene, lack of professional care, and a diet high in sugar meant that tooth decay was epidemic. And tooth decay does not just affect your mouth. Infections from bad teeth can spread to your jaw, your blood, your brain. People died from tooth infections that today would be treated with a simple course of antibiotics and maybe a filling. Now, let us talk about something even more fundamental. Toilets, or rather the lack thereof. The flush toilet had been invented in the late 1600s, but it did not become common until the late Victorian era. Before that, and even during much of the Victorian period, people used chamber pots or outhouses. A chamber pot was exactly what it sounds like, a pot that you use for your bodily functions, usually kept under the bed for nighttime convenience. In the morning, someone, usually a servant if you were wealthy enough to have servants, would empty the chamber pot into a larger receptacle. Where did that go? In urban areas, there were night soil men who would come around and collect human waste to sell to farmers as fertilizer. But the emptying was only done at night because it was considered too disturbing to do during the day. The smell was too offensive for daylight hours. Wealthier homes had what were called water closets, early flush toilets, but these often emptied directly into a cesspool in the basement of the house, and cesspools would fill up, overflow, and leak into the surrounding soil and groundwater. The smell would seep up through the house. Imagine living in a beautiful mansion that constantly smells like sewage because there is a pool of human waste slowly fermenting in your basement. The Great Stink of 1858 was when it all came to a head. The summer was unusually hot, and the River Thames, which was basically an open sewer for all of London, started to smell so bad that Parliament could not function. The curtains in the Houses of Parliament were soaked in chloride of lime to try to mask the smell. Members of Parliament were fleeing the building to vomit. The crisis finally forced the government to invest in a proper sewer system designed by the engineer Joseph Basil Jett. But until that happened, London stank. All of it, all the time. And it was not just waste. Streets were filled with horse manure. Horses were the primary means of transportation, and a single horse produces about 24 pounds of manure per day. Multiply that by thousands of horses, and you have streets that were essentially rivers of manure whenever it rained. People's shoes and the hems of their clothes were constantly covered in filth. This is why Victorian clothing was so long and elaborate. You needed multiple layers to protect yourself from the disgusting streets. The air quality was terrible too. Coal fires heated homes and powered factories. The smoke filled the air, creating the famous London fog, which was actually smog, a toxic combination of fog and coal smoke. This smoke would settle on buildings, on clothes, in people's lungs. Everything was covered in a layer of soot. White shirts would turn grey by the end of the day. So picture our Victorian gentleman now. He has not bathed in a week. His hair is pomaded with rancid bear grease. His teeth are rotting. He has been walking through streets covered in horse manure and sewage. His clothes are soaked with sweat that has been accumulating in the fabric for months because outer garments are never washed. He has been breathing in coal smoke all day. His house smells like the cesspool in the basement. And he's going to a dinner party where he will sit in a closed room with dozens of other people in exactly the same condition. The only thing making this tolerable was that everyone was equally smelly. Your nose adjusts to constant bad smells. It is called olfactory fatigue. If you are surrounded by body odour and sewage all the time, you stop noticing it as much. It becomes background. The Victorian nose was calibrated to a very different baseline than ours, but there were times when the smell broke through even Victorian tolerance. Ballrooms in summer were notorious. With hundreds of people dancing, the heat and smell would become so intense that women would faint. They attributed this to tight corsets, and corseting certainly did not help. But the reality was probably as much about oxygen depletion and overwhelming body odour as it was about restrictive clothing. There are wonderful Victorian etiquette guides that try to address the smell issue delicately. One advises, a gentleman should ensure that his person is always agreeable to those around him. Another suggests, liberal application of cologne water is advisable, particularly in warm weather or when one anticipates vigorous activity. They are dancing around the issue because you cannot just tell someone they stink. That would be rude. So instead, you phrase it as advice about being considerate. The disconnect between Victorian aspirations and reality is nowhere more obvious than in hygiene. They wanted to be refined, civilized, superior to previous generations. They valued cleanliness as a marker of moral virtue. They talked constantly about the importance of proper grooming and presentation, but the actual physical infrastructure and medical knowledge to achieve real cleanliness just did not exist for most of the era. There is something both absurd and touching about this. These men were trying so hard to maintain dignity and respectability in genuinely difficult circumstances. They were doing the best they could with what they had. A sponge bath and some bay rum were better than nothing. Bear grease was better than dirty, tangled hair. Brushing your teeth with brick dust was better than not brushing them at all. And slowly, things did improve. By the 1880s and 90s, indoor plumbing was becoming more common in cities. The germ theory of disease was gaining acceptance, which meant people started understanding why cleanliness actually mattered for health, not just appearance. Running water, flush toilets, sewers, all of these started to transform daily life. The late Victorians had access to much better hygiene than their parents or grandparents. But for most of the Victorian era, for most people, the beautiful images we see in paintings and photographs were hiding a much grubbier reality. And the Victorian gentleman, despite his perfectly pressed coat and carefully waxed moustache, probably smelled like a combination of sweat, cologne, rancid hair grease, bad breath, and whatever he had stepped in on his walk over. I think about this whenever I see those old photographs now. Those stern faces, those elaborate outfits, all that dignity and formality. And I imagine the smell. I imagine the discomfort of wearing all those layers in summer heat. I imagine the constant awareness of your own body and its odours that no amount of cologne could completely mask. I imagine the relief of finally getting home and taking off those clothes and having a sponge bath, knowing you'll put the same smelly clothes back on in the morning. Modern life has its stresses, certainly, but the ability to take a hot shower whenever you want, to brush your teeth with actual toothpaste and a proper toothbrush, to use deodorant and live in a house with proper plumbing. These are miracles. These are luxuries that would have seemed like impossible dreams to most Victorians. We complain about so much, but we forget how good we have it in these basic physical ways. As you lie there clean and comfortable in your bed, maybe fresh from a shower, teeth brushed, in a house that does not smell like a cesspool, take a moment to appreciate it. Because Victorian men would have traded almost anything for what you have right now. The ability to be actually clean, not just presentable, the ability to smell pleasant without drowning in cologne. the simple dignity of not having to worry constantly about whether your body odor is overwhelming everyone around you. But hygiene was not the only area where Victorian men's bodies betrayed their attempts at perfection, because while they were struggling to stay clean and smell acceptable, they were also dealing with another set of physical realities that their medical establishment had some truly bizarre ideas about. Teeth and bathing were one thing, but when it came to the reproductive system, Victorian medicine had invented theories that were not just wrong, but actively harmful. Coming up next, we are diving into the strange world of spermatoria and the Victorian obsession with semen as a vital life force that must be conserved at all costs. The anxiety this created, the treatments that were prescribed, the sheer terror that ordinary bodily functions caused, all of it reveals a society that was profoundly disconnected from basic human biology, and the consequences were devastating. Stay with me. This is where Victorian pseudoscience meets real human suffering in ways that will make you both angry and sad. Here is a question I never thought I would ask. Have you ever wondered why some of the most powerful men in Victorian England paid good money to be whipped? Not metaphorically, literally whipped. Stripped down, bent over, struck with birch rods or canes until they bled, by women who specialised in this very specific service. And these were not criminals being punished. These were judges, politicians, military officers, wealthy businessmen, men who spent their days commanding others, making decisions that affected thousands of lives, maintaining absolute authority. And at night, they would slip into certain establishments where they could surrender that control entirely. The buildings looked ordinary from the outside, respectable townhouses on quiet streets. You would never know what happened inside unless someone told you. And people did tell each other, quietly, man to man, in clubs or private conversations. Addresses would be passed along like secret passwords. If you are interested in that sort of thing, there is a place on Jermyn Street. Ask for Madame Berkeley. And the man would nod, pretend he was just curious, and file that information away for later. Tonight, we are going to talk about something Victorian society absolutely could not acknowledge publicly, but sustained quite comfortably in private: flagellation brothels. Places dedicated specifically to whipping and being whipped. And what this reveals about Victorian masculinity, about power and control, about the psychological pressure of living a double life, is absolutely fascinating. Because while we have talked about the secrets Victorian men kept, this one might be the most psychologically revealing of all. Let me tell you about Teresa Berkeley, probably the most famous flagellation specialist of the early Victorian era. She ran an establishment in Charlotte Street in London from around 1828 until her death in 1836. And when she died, she left behind an estate worth £10,000, which in today's money would be well over £1 million. She made a fortune from whipping wealthy men. A fortune. Berkeley did not just use ordinary whips, she invented specialised equipment. Her most famous creation was something that became known as the Berkeley horse, an adjustable frame where a man could be strapped in various positions to receive his beating. It had slots and restraints that could be configured for different heights, different angles, different levels of exposure. This was engineering. This was craftsmanship. She took flagellation seriously as a profession and innovated to serve her clients better. But why? Why would powerful men seek this out? The easy answer is sexual gratification, and certainly there was a sexual component for many clients. But I think it goes deeper than that. Imagine being a Victorian gentleman, spending every waking hour maintaining perfect control. Control over your emotions, control over your expressions, control over your body, your desires, your very thoughts. You're always performing, always watching yourself, always aware that any slip could damage your reputation irreparably. And then imagine a space where all of that control is taken away, where someone else is in charge, where you do not have to make decisions or maintain dignity or worry about propriety, where you can just experience physical sensation without the burden of being in command. For men who lived under enormous pressure, who could never show weakness, who had to be strong and authoritative at all times, there might have been something profoundly relieving about submitting to someone else, even for an hour. The psychology of this is complex. Some historians have suggested it connects back to the English public school system, where corporal punishment was routine. Boys from wealthy families were sent away to boarding schools where being caned or whipped was a regular occurrence. Some psychologists argue that this early exposure to pain associated with authority figures created a lasting connection between punishment and intimacy, between pain and sexual arousal. Others suggest it was about guilt. Victorian men did so many things they knew were wrong: visiting prostitutes, gambling away fortunes, neglecting their families. Perhaps being whipped felt like penance, like paying for their sins. Or maybe it was simpler. Maybe it just felt good. Not in spite of the pain, but because of it. The human nervous system is complicated. Pain and pleasure use some of the same neural pathways. Endorphins released during painful experiences can create a natural high. And in a society that offered so few acceptable outlets for physical sensation, for raw experience, perhaps flagellation provided access to feelings that were otherwise forbidden. The establishments themselves were carefully designed. You would arrive, probably through a side entrance or back door. Discretion was paramount. Inside, the rooms might look like ordinary parlours at first glance. But then you would notice the equipment. Frames, benches, restraints, all beautifully made from polished wood and leather. Walls covered in implements, birch rods of various thicknesses, leather straps, paddles, canes. It was like a museum of pain displayed with the same care that someone else might display porcelain or paintings. The women who worked in these establishments were professionals. This was not random violence. This was controlled, consensual, carefully calibrated to give the client exactly what he wanted without causing serious injury. They knew anatomy. They knew how to strike for maximum sensation with minimum damage. They knew how to read their clients, to understand when to increase intensity and when to ease off. This was skilled work, and the clients were willing to pay extraordinary amounts. Berkeley charged £2 to £5 per session at a time when a working-class family might live on £50 per year. £5 was a week's wages for a skilled tradesman. Men were paying that much for a single hour of being whipped. The economics tell you how strong the demand was, but flagellation was just one aspect of a broader underground of sexual practices that Victorian society officially condemned but privately tolerated. There were establishments that catered to almost any desire you could imagine, as long as you had money and knew where to look. Some specialized in role-playing scenarios, others provided group experiences, some catered to men who wanted to dress in women's clothing, which was deeply transgressive in Victorian society, but apparently common enough to support multiple establishments. There were even sex clubs, though they did not call them that. Private societies with exclusive membership where consenting adults could gather for what the Victorians delicately termed Greek or Oriental practices. These clubs had elaborate rituals, secret signs, membership rosters that were carefully guarded because discovery would mean social destruction. Some were based in country estates where weekend parties would turn into elaborate theatrical productions with sexual themes. Others met in private rooms above pubs, or in the back rooms of gentlemen's clubs that officially served entirely different purposes. One infamous establishment was the Canonbury Asylum, which sounds like it might be a hospital, but was actually a high-end brothel specializing in fantasy scenarios. Men could act out whatever role they wanted: teacher and student, master and servant, stranger and innocent. The women were skilled actresses who could improvise elaborate scenarios. For men whose real lives were so tightly scripted, this opportunity to play different roles, to experiment with different power dynamics, must have been intoxicating. What strikes me about all of this is how organized it was. This was not chaos or random degeneracy. This was an industry with professionals who took pride in their work, with business practices and reputation management. Madames competed for clients by offering better facilities, more skilled workers, more exotic experiences. There were standards. There was quality control. The Victorian underground sexual world was, in many ways, just as carefully structured as the respectable world above it. And everyone knew it existed. The police certainly knew. They would occasionally raid establishments, particularly if they became too visible or if someone important wanted a rival embarrassed. But mostly they looked the other way. As long as these places stayed discreet, as long as they served the right clientele, they were tolerated, because too many important men were customers. Shutting down these establishments would mean exposing those men, and nobody wanted that. The newspapers occasionally published scandals, usually when someone died in unusual circumstances, or when a divorce case brought private activities into public record. These stories would be written in the most coded language possible, full of euphemisms and implications, but readers knew what was being described, and they would express appropriate moral outrage while secretly wondering which establishment was being discussed and whether they could find out its address. There is a deeper question here about masculinity and what Victorian society demanded of men. They were supposed to be strong, decisive, unemotional leaders. They were supposed to dominate, to control, to command respect. They could never show vulnerability, never admit to weakness, never let anyone see them struggling. The pressure of maintaining this masculine ideal must have been crushing, and so they created spaces where the rules were inverted, where being dominated was acceptable, even desirable, where pain was pleasure and submission was power. These spaces were necessary safety valves for a system that demanded too much. Without them, I genuinely wonder whether Victorian society would have sustained itself. But here is the tragic part. These spaces only existed for those who could afford them. Poor men had no such outlets. They were expected to maintain the same standards of masculine control without any relief, and Victorian society offered them no mercy when they failed. A wealthy man discovered in a flagellation brothel might face social embarrassment. A poor man caught in any kind of sexual transgression faced criminal prosecution, imprisonment, possibly transportation to a penal colony. The class dynamics of sexual repression are endlessly fascinating. The same society that provided elaborate underground networks for wealthy men to explore their desires was simultaneously prosecuting poor men for the most minor sexual offences. A working-class man caught soliciting a prostitute could be jailed. A wealthy man keeping a mistress in a nice apartment faced no legal consequences whatsoever. The hypocrisy was baked into the system. And women in these establishments? They occupy this strange position in Victorian society. Officially, they've fallen women, sinners, moral degenerates. But they had power that respectable women could never have. They controlled their own businesses. They made their own money. They dealt with men as equals or even superiors in the context of their work. A woman running a flagellation brothel was, in her own sphere, a businesswoman, an entrepreneur, someone with agency and autonomy. Of course, that power was limited. They could never be respectable. They could never move in polite society. If they made their money and retired, they would have to hide their past completely and hope no one recognized them. But within the underground world, they had status, respect, even a kind of fame. Teresa Berkeley was known by name. People talked about her. She was sought after. That kind of recognition was denied to almost all Victorian women, but in the shadows it was possible. I think about the men who visited these establishments, and I find myself feeling both judgment and sympathy. Judgment because the same men who paid to be whipped in private were often the ones making laws and policies that oppressed women, that criminalised poverty, that maintained the rigid class system. They were not innocent victims. They were beneficiaries and architects of an unjust system. But sympathy too, because they were trapped in a different way, trapped by expectations they could never fully meet, trapped by the need to always perform, always control, always dominate, trapped in a masculinity that allowed no weakness, no vulnerability, no humanity. And they dealt with that trap in whatever ways they could find, which sometimes meant paying to be hurt because at least pain was real, was honest, was something they could feel without pretending. The question I keep coming back to is whether anything has really changed. We still live in a world that tells men they need to be strong, unemotional, always in control. We still create impossible standards and then judge people for failing to meet them. We still drive certain desires underground and then express shock when they emerge in unhealthy ways. The specifics have changed. The Victorian flagellation brothel has become something else, taken new forms, adapted to new times. But the underlying dynamic, the pressure and the need for release, that remains remarkably similar. Do we talk about it more openly now? Yes, absolutely. The existence of kink communities, of BDSM as an acknowledged practice, of sex therapy and education, all of this represents progress. But shame still exists. Judgment still exists. The need to hide certain aspects of yourself still exists for many people. We are not as far from the Victorians as we would like to think. As you lie there in the darkness, consider this. The Victorian gentleman walking out of a flagellation brothel, adjusting his coat, putting his respectable face back on, was practicing the same compartmentalization we all do. He was trying to reconcile different parts of himself, to be multiple things at once, to satisfy competing needs and demands. He was human, flawed, complicated, sometimes hypocritical, but human, just like us. And that humanity, messy and contradictory as it is, deserves understanding even when it does not deserve approval. The Victorian men we have been exploring tonight were not monsters, though they did monstrous things. They were not saints, though they proclaimed saintly values. They were people caught in a system that demanded the impossible, and they found whatever coping mechanisms they could. Some of those mechanisms hurt others, which is unforgivable, but some just hurt themselves, which is tragic. We're nearing the end of our journey through Victorian secrets, but there are still a few more layers to peel back. Because while we have explored drugs, gambling, prostitution, masturbation anxiety, hygiene and flagellation, there is one final secret we need to confront. The biggest hypocrisy of all, the Victorian marriage bed. Where respectable gentlemen and their supposedly pure wives met in a collision of ignorance, shame, and unmet needs that shape generations. Next, we are going to talk about what actually happened or did not happen in Victorian bedrooms, about wedding nights that were traumatic, about wives who had no idea what sex was until their husbands forced it on them, about the enormous gulf between the romantic ideal and the painful reality, and about how the children produced from these unions grew up to create their own dysfunctions. This is where all the threads we have been following come together. This is where the personal costs of Victorian hypocrisy become most clear. Stay with me, we are almost through. Imagine being a 19-year-old woman on your wedding night in 1860. You've been raised your entire life to be pure, modest, innocent. Your mother has told you nothing about what happens between a husband and wife except perhaps that it's your duty and you must submit. You may not even fully understand the mechanics of how babies are made, and now you're alone in a bedroom with a man, your husband, yes, but essentially a stranger, and he's expecting something from you, something you do not understand, something that might hurt. Something that has been shrouded in such complete secrecy that you genuinely do not know what is about to happen to your own body. This was reality for countless Victorian women, and their husbands, these men we have been discussing all night, were often not much better informed. Yes, they might have visited prostitutes. Yes, they might have fumbled experiences with servants or girls from lower classes, but actual knowledge about female sexuality, about how to make sex pleasurable for a woman, about the importance of consent and communication, they had none of that. Zero. What they had was entitlement, awkwardness, and often, frankly, very bad information. Tonight we need to talk about the Victorian marriage bed, because this is where all the hypocrisies we've been exploring collide. This is where the obsession with purity meets the reality of human bodies. This is where the silence around sexuality creates real suffering, and this is where we see most clearly the enormous cost of Victorian secrecy. Let me start with what Victorian women were taught about sex. The answer is almost nothing. Respectable mothers did not discuss such things with their daughters. The assumption was that ignorance equaled innocence, and innocence was the most valuable asset a young woman possessed. A girl who knew too much about sex was automatically suspect. Knowledge implied experience, and experience meant fallen. So girls were kept deliberately ignorant. They might know that marriage led to babies somehow. They might have vague ideas about body parts. But the specifics, how it actually worked, what to expect, they were told nothing. Some mothers would say things like, "Just close your eyes and think of England," or "Submit to your husband's needs." That was the extent of sex education for many upper and middle-class Victorian women. There is a heartbreaking quote from a Victorian marriage manual written by a doctor trying to prepare young brides for their wedding night. The young bride should be warned that the marriage act may cause some discomfort at first. She should remain calm and remember that this is her sacred duty as a wife. Her husband's satisfaction is the goal, her own feelings are secondary. Think about that. Your wedding night advice is essentially that it might hurt, but lie still and let it happen, because that is what wives do. Now imagine being the husband in this scenario. You've been taught your whole life that respectable women have no sexual desires, that they are pure creatures who tolerate sex as a duty but do not enjoy it. Dr. William Acton, who keeps appearing in our story because his influence was so pervasive, wrote in his medical text that the majority of women, happily for them, are not very much trouble with sexual feeling of any kind. And he claimed that the belief that women had strong sexual passions was a vile aspersion against their character. So you are a Victorian husband on your wedding night. You've been told your wife has no sexual desires. You may have learned about sex from prostitutes, where there was no pretense of mutual pleasure, just transaction. You know nothing about foreplay, about arousal, about the need for patience and gentleness. And you are expected to consummate your marriage, which means penetration, which means doing something to a frightened, uninformed girl who may not even know what is happening. The wedding night stories that survive in diaries and letters are often traumatic. Women describing being shocked, hurt, frightened, men describing confusion and frustration. Some marriages were apparently never consummated at all because the bride was too terrified and the groom too awkward. Other marriages began with what we would now clearly call rape, though Victorian law did not recognise marital rape as a crime. Once you were married, your husband had legal rights to your body, period. Your consent was given at the altar and could not be withdrawn. There is a Victorian diary entry that has survived from a woman I will not name to protect what little privacy she has left. On her wedding night she wrote, "I endured what I must. I did not know it would be thus. If I had known, I would have remained unmarried." The next morning she wrote, "I feel I have been used most cruelly, though I'm told this is how all marriages begin. I cannot believe other women suffer this and say nothing." But they did suffer it, and they did say nothing, because what could they say? Who could they tell? Their mothers would tell them it was normal, it was duty. All women endured it. Their friends who are also married could not speak of such things openly because it was unseemly. Doctors might examine them if they develop physical problems, but Victorian doctors examining women had to work through layers of clothing and often refused to look directly at female genitals. The idea that a woman might discuss sexual discomfort with a male doctor was almost unthinkable. So women suffered in silence. And their suffering had consequences. Many Victorian women learned to dread bedtime. They would develop headaches, claim illnesses, anything to avoid their husbands. This is part of why separate bedrooms became so popular among those who could afford them. If you had your own bedroom, you could at least control when your husband had access. You could lock your door if necessary. You could create some small measure of autonomy over your own body. But most women could not afford separate bedrooms. Most women had to share a bed with their husbands and endure regular sexual encounters they did not enjoy and may have actively hated, and then, inevitably, pregnancy, which brings its own terrors in an age of no birth control and dangerous childbirth. Victorian women often spent their entire adult lives either pregnant, recovering from childbirth, or desperately trying to space pregnancies far enough apart to survive. The absence of reliable birth control meant that sex always carried the risk of pregnancy, and pregnancy could kill you. Maternal mortality rates were horrifying. Even wealthy women with access to doctors died in childbirth regularly. Infection, hemorrhage, complications that today would be easily treatable, these were death sentences. So every time a Victorian woman had sex with her husband, she was risking her life. Think about what that does to intimacy. How can you relax and enjoy sex when you know it might kill you in 9 months? How can you feel desire when what you really feel is fear? Victorian women's sexual experience was often defined by this fear, this dread of the consequences, and the men, well, they had been told women did not enjoy sex, so if their wives seemed reluctant or unresponsive, that just confirmed what they'd been taught. It probably never occurred to most Victorian husbands that their wives might enjoy sex if approached differently. They thought they were doing their duty, providing their wives with children, exercising their marital rights. The idea of mutual pleasure, of sex as something shared rather than something done to someone, that was foreign to Victorian marriage ideology. But here is the cruel irony. Some Victorian women did experience sexual desire. Of course they did. They were human beings with functioning nervous systems, but they'd been taught that such feelings were wrong, sinful evidence of moral degeneracy. So they suppressed them. They pretended not to feel anything. They performed the role of the passionless wife because that was what respectability demanded. And some women found workarounds. There are medical records from Victorian doctors describing women who came to them complaining of hysteria, a catch-all diagnosis for any kind of female emotional or physical distress. The treatment for hysteria? Pelvic massage. Doctors would manually stimulate women's genitals until they experienced hysterical paroxysm, which we now know was orgasm. But because it was framed as medical treatment, it was acceptable. Women could experience sexual release as long as it was called medicine. This is actually how the vibrator was invented. In 1880, a British doctor named Joseph Mortimer Granville patented an electric vibrating device specifically to treat female hysteria. It was more efficient than manual massage and saved doctors' hands from cramping. The irony is almost too much. Victorian society was so committed to denying female sexuality that they invented the vibrator as a medical device rather than acknowledge that women had sexual needs. Meanwhile, Victorian husbands were still visiting prostitutes. They were still seeking sexual satisfaction outside marriage, because their wives, they believed, could not provide what they needed. Not because wives were incapable, but because husbands had no idea how to create conditions where their wives might want sex or enjoy it. The ignorance was mutual and the suffering was shared, though women certainly got the worse end of this particular bargain. There were exceptions. There must have been Victorian couples who genuinely enjoyed their sexual relationship. Couples who figured things out together, who communicated despite the cultural barriers, who created real intimacy. We know this because some Victorian women had large families and apparently went willingly to their marriage beds. Not all Victorian marriages were nightmares, but the good ones happened despite the system, not because of it. The sex education that did exist was often worse than no education at all. There were marriage manuals written by men, usually doctors, that gave explicit instructions on how married couples should conduct themselves. And these manuals are fascinating in how terrible they are. They emphasize male pleasure almost exclusively. They warn against excess, defining excess as more than once a week for men under 30, less frequently as men aged. They treat female bodies as mysterious, possibly dangerous territories that must be approached with caution. One popular Victorian marriage manual advised men that the wife should prepare herself mentally and spiritually before the act. She should ensure she is clean and modest in her nightclothes. She should not display eagerness, as this would be unseemly. During the act, she should remain still and silent, allowing her husband to complete his business without distraction. I mean, could you design worse advice if you tried? Lie still, stay quiet, do not show any interest. What a recipe for fulfilling intimacy. But some marriage manuals went even further into pseudoscience. They repeated the old ideas about semen being vital life force. They warned that too frequent sex would weaken the man, drain his essence, lead to illness. They recommended that sex only happen for procreation, that pleasure was secondary or even dangerous. They created this framework where sex was simultaneously a necessary duty and a shameful indulgence, something to be done but not enjoyed, required but regretted. The psychological damage this caused is hard to measure, but easy to imagine. Generations of people who never learned to have healthy sexual relationships with their own spouses. Generations of people who associated sex with shame, fear, duty, or disappointment. Generations of people who passed those associations to their children, who passed them to their children, creating cycles of dysfunction that echo through time. And the children produced from these unions. They grew up in households where their parents slept in separate rooms if possible, where physical affection was rare, where love was expressed through duty rather than desire. They learned by example that marriage was a formal arrangement, that men and women inhabited separate spheres, that intimacy was something to be endured rather than enjoyed. Victorian literature is full of unhappy marriages. The trapped wife is a stock character, married to a man she does not love, possibly loves someone else, living a life of quiet desperation. We read these stories now as romance or tragedy, but they were often just realistic depictions of Victorian marriage. The authors were writing what they knew. And divorce? Nearly impossible. The laws were structured to make it extremely difficult, especially for women. A man could divorce his wife for adultery alone, but a woman had to prove not only adultery but also cruelty, desertion, or some other additional factor. The assumption was that women needed marriage for survival, so they should be kept in marriages even if those marriages were miserable. Better to be unhappily married than unmarried and destitute. So women stayed in marriages where they were sexually miserable, physically endangered by repeated pregnancies, emotionally isolated. And men stayed in marriages where they were denied real intimacy with their wives and instead sought satisfaction in brothels or affairs. And both pretended this was normal, that this was how things should be, that there was no alternative. I wonder how many Victorian couples went their entire lives without ever having an honest conversation about sex, without ever saying what they wanted or needed or feared, without ever acknowledging that something was wrong. The silence must have been deafening. The loneliness must have been profound. To share a bed with someone and yet be completely alone in your experience, that's a special kind of isolation. There were some voices calling for change. Annie Besant in the 1877 published a pamphlet about birth control and was prosecuted for obscenity. The case became a sensation. She argued that women had a right to control their own fertility, that forced pregnancy was a form of slavery. She lost the case and lost custody of her daughter as a result, but the ideas she planted began to grow. By the late Victorian era, by the 1890s and early 1900s, things were starting to shift. The first feminist movements were demanding education for women, property rights, votes, and part of that broader push for women's autonomy included quiet conversations about sexual rights, about the need for sex education, about the harm caused by ignorance. But change was slow, incredibly slow. Most Victorian men went to their graves never knowing that their wives might have enjoyed sex if things had been different, never understanding that the cold politeness of their marriages was at least partly their own doing. They genuinely believed they'd been good husbands, that they had done their duty, provided for their families, maintained respectability. And by Victorian standards, maybe they had. But by human standards, by the standards of actual intimacy and connection, they had failed spectacularly. As you lie there now, perhaps with a partner sleeping beside you, perhaps alone, think about what it means to have the freedom to make your own choices about sex and relationships, the freedom to learn about your body, the freedom to communicate about what you want, the freedom to say no, the freedom to say yes enthusiastically. These are not small things. These are fundamental to human dignity and happiness. And Victorians, for the most part, had none of them. The Victorian marriage bed was where the double life became most painful. Because you could keep secrets from society, from your club friends, from your business associates, but you could not entirely keep secrets from the person you shared a bed with. And yet somehow Victorian couples managed even that, living side by side in profound disconnection. But there is one more secret we have not fully explored yet, one more way that Victorian men tried to cope with the impossible demands placed on them. We have talked about drugs, gambling, prostitution, flagellation, the failures of intimacy. But there is one more habit, one more private ritual that defined Victorian male life. Alcohol. The constant, steady consumption of alcohol that lubricated every social occasion, every business deal, every private moment. Next, we're going to explore the drinking culture that permeated Victorian society from top to bottom. How much they drank, what they drank, how they justified it, and the enormous toll it took on bodies, families, and lives. Because if you have been wondering how Victorian men survived all this pressure, all this contradiction, all this performance, well, often they did not. They just drank enough to make it bearable. Stay with me. We are almost at the end of this journey, and the final pieces are the most revealing of all. A typical day for a Victorian gentleman started with ale. Not coffee, not tea, but ale with breakfast. Then sherry with lunch, port or claret with dinner, brandy and whiskey afterward at the club, more port before bed to help you sleep. And this was not considered excessive. This was normal. This was what respectable men did. The idea of going through an entire day without alcohol would have seemed bizarre, possibly even unhealthy. Because Victorians believed that alcohol was good for you, that it strengthened the blood, aided digestion, and fortified the constitution. Now, I want you to do some math with me. Let us be conservative. 2 glasses of ale with breakfast, 1 glass of sherry at lunch, 3 glasses of wine with dinner, 2 glasses of port and 1 whiskey at the club, that is 9 drinks in a single day, every day, for your entire adult life. By modern medical standards, that is severe alcohol abuse. But by Victorian standards, that was just being a gentleman. Tonight we're going to explore the Victorian relationship with alcohol, and it is one of the most revealing contradictions in this entire story, because Victorian society had a massive problem with drinking. They knew they did. Temperance movements were huge. Charity organisations dedicated to rescuing people from alcoholism proliferated. Medical texts warned about the dangers of drink, and yet, at the same time, drinking was woven into the fabric of respectable life so deeply that you could not extract it without the whole thing unravelling. Let me tell you about Charles Dickens, who we have mentioned before in connection with laudanum. Dickens was also a serious drinker, not falling down drunk in the streets, nothing so crude, but steady daily drinking that would concern any modern doctor. He started each morning with gin mixed with hot water. He drank wine with lunch and dinner. He drank brandy in the evening while writing. His letters are full of references to drinking, to hangovers, to needing a drink to settle his nerves or stimulate his creativity. And nobody thought this was a problem. This was just how successful men lived. The clubs we talked about earlier, alcohol was central to their function. The bar was the heart of every club. Members had their own preferred bottles kept behind the bar. Some clubs had wine cellars that rivaled those of French chateaux. The gambling, the conversation, the business deals, all of it happened in an atmosphere thick with alcohol fumes. A man who did not drink was viewed with suspicion. What was wrong with him? Why was he being so rigid? Could he not be sociable? Business in Victorian England ran on alcohol. When you negotiated a deal, you did it over drinks. When you sealed a contract, you toasted with champagne. When you entertained clients, you served elaborate multi-course dinners with different wines for each course. To be a successful businessman meant being able to drink steadily without showing the effects. Men took pride in their capacity. Being able to hold your liquor was a mark of masculinity, of strength, of breeding. But here is where the class divide becomes crucial again. When wealthy men drank, it was civilized. It was wine and brandy and port, consumed in elegant surroundings with proper glasses and correct etiquette. When working-class men drank, it was gin in dirty public houses, and it was seen as vice, as moral weakness, as proof of their inferiority. Same substance, same addiction, completely different social meaning. The temperance movement in Victorian England was largely focused on saving the working classes from drink. Middle and upper class women, many of them dealing with alcoholic husbands, poured their energy into campaigns to close public houses and restrict alcohol sales. But those same women often said nothing about the drinking happening in their own dining rooms and clubs. Because that was different. That was respectable drinking. Let me give you some statistics that show how serious this was. In 1876, Britain imported 190 million gallons of spirits, mostly gin and whiskey. That is not including the beer and wine produced domestically. If you divide that by the adult population, you get approximately 2.5 gallons of hard liquor per person per year. That is 32 bottles of whiskey per person per year on average. And remember, that includes women who drank much less, which means men were drinking considerably more than the average. The health effects were devastating, but often hidden behind euphemisms. Men did not die of alcoholism. They died of liver failure, of dropsy, of apoplexy, of general decline. Doctors knew alcohol was the cause but rarely said so explicitly in death certificates, especially for wealthy patients. The family would be spared the shame of having their patriarch's alcoholism become public knowledge. Gout was epidemic among Victorian gentlemen, and while they believed it was caused by rich food, modern medicine understands that alcohol is a major contributing factor. The famous Victorian gout, the swollen, painful joints, the inability to walk, was largely caused by decades of heavy drinking, but they treated it with more alcohol, specifically port wine, which they believed had medicinal properties for gout. The irony is almost perfect. There is a wonderful detail in Victorian medical literature about something they called port wine nose or brandy nose. This was the red, bulbous, swollen nose that chronic alcoholics develop due to broken capillaries. But instead of recognizing it as a symptom of alcoholism, they treated it as a separate condition. Men would see doctors complaining about their noses, and doctors would prescribe various ointments and treatments, never once suggesting that perhaps drinking a bottle of port every day might be the underlying issue. The relationship between alcohol and Victorian masculinity is complex. Drinking proved you were strong enough to handle it. It proved you had self-control because you could drink heavily without becoming drunk or disorderly. It proved you were successful enough to afford good alcohol. It proved you were sociable and not some uptight teetotaler. Alcohol was how men bonded, how they did business, how they celebrated, how they mourned. It was inseparable from male identity, but the cost was enormous. Victorian families were frequently destroyed by alcoholic fathers. Men would drink away their incomes, they would become violent when drunk, they would neglect their businesses and responsibilities, and their wives and children suffered, but could do little about it. Divorce for alcoholism alone was nearly impossible. Women had no right to control family finances, they just had to endure. There are heartbreaking accounts from Victorian children describing fathers who were kind and generous when sober, but transformed into monsters when drunk. Children learning to read their father's moods, to hide when he came home from the club, to lie to protect their mothers. This was common enough that almost everyone knew a family dealing with it. But nobody talked about it directly because that would be airing private business in public. And here is the thing that makes me saddest. Many of these alcoholic fathers probably started drinking as a way to cope with the very pressures we have been discussing all night. The impossible standards, the double life, the repression of emotion, the need to always perform. Alcohol numbed all of that. It made the contradictions bearable. It allowed Victorian men to tolerate lives that might otherwise have driven them mad. Think about what we have covered so far. These men were addicted to opium or laudanum. They were gambling away fortunes. They were visiting prostitutes and risking syphilis. They were obsessing about masturbation and terrified of their own bodies. They were smelly and physically uncomfortable. They were trapped in emotionally barren marriages. And on top of all that, they were drunk, constantly, steadily drunk. Not falling down drunk, but maintaining a level of intoxication that kept the edges soft and the reality at bay. The medical profession was complicit in this. Doctors prescribed alcohol for all sorts of conditions. Feeling weak? Have some brandy, poor appetite, wine will help. Insomnia, a nightcap of whiskey. Anxiety? Gin is excellent for the nerves. They were literally prescribing the substance causing many of their patients' problems as treatment for those same problems. There were doctors who recognized what was happening. Thomas Trotter published a book in 1804 called An Essay on Drunkenness, in which he argued that habitual drunkenness was a disease, not a moral failing. He described the physical and psychological dependence that develops with chronic alcohol use. He was remarkably ahead of his time. But his ideas were largely ignored or dismissed because they were too inconvenient. If alcoholism was a disease, then many respectable men were sick. Better to pretend it was just a matter of character and willpower. The language around drinking reveals a lot. Wealthy men who drank heavily were fond of their wine or enjoyed their port. Working-class men who drank heavily were drunkards and sots. The behaviour might be identical, but the words used to describe it depended entirely on social class. This linguistic distinction allowed upper-class alcoholism to hide in plain sight. Some men did try to quit. There are Victorian diaries and letters from men struggling with alcohol, recognising they had a problem, attempting sobriety. But the social pressure to drink was immense. If you showed up at your club and ordered tea instead of whiskey, you would be mocked mercilessly. If you tried to do business without drinking, you would be suspected of being no fun, unreliable, possibly morally rigid in an unappealing way. Sobriety was seen as almost antisocial. The temperance movement offered an alternative for some. Men could join organisations like the Band of Hope or take the pledge to abstain from alcohol. But this required identifying yourself as having a problem, which meant admitting weakness, which was very difficult for Victorian men. So most who joined temperance movements did so only after hitting absolute rock bottom, after losing everything, when they had no dignity left to protect. Women in the temperance movement were fighting a battle on multiple fronts. They were trying to protect their homes from alcoholic husbands. They were trying to save working-class neighbourhoods from the blight of public houses. But they were also, whether they acknowledged it or not, fighting against the entire structure of Victorian male privilege. Because the freedom to drink heavily was part of what it meant to be a Victorian gentleman. Restricting that freedom meant challenging the fundamental assumptions of male power and autonomy. I think about the Victorian dinner party, which we have discussed before as this elegant, refined affair. But if you were actually there, what you would see is a room full of increasingly drunk people pretending to be sober, the conversation getting louder and more rambling as the evening progressed, the jokes becoming less clever and more crude, the food barely tasted because everyone's palate is dulled by alcohol, the women trying to maintain decorum while the men get progressively more intoxicated, and everyone agreeing afterward that it was a lovely civilized evening. The hypocrisy reaches almost comic levels when you consider the anti-opium crusades happening simultaneously. Victorian moralists were deeply concerned about opium dens and laudanum addiction, particularly among the working classes. They saw drugs as a terrible scourge that destroyed lives and families. But alcohol, which was destroying just as many lives and families, often more violently, that was fine. That was civilized. That was part of being British. There is a British saying that might have originated in this era: wine is fine, but liquor is quicker. The implication being that wine is the drink of civilized people while hard liquor is somehow more dangerous. But Victorian gentlemen were consuming shocking amounts of both. The distinction was meaningless except as a way to feel superior. The financial cost of Victorian drinking was staggering. A gentleman's club membership, which included access to the bar, might cost £20 to £50 per year, equivalent to a working-class annual income, but the drinks themselves were extra. A man could easily spend another £50 to £100 per year on alcohol at his club alone, not counting what he drank at home or at dinner parties. For wealthy men, this was manageable. For middle-class men stretching to maintain appearances, it could be financially ruinous. And then there were the hangovers. Victorian hangover cures are fascinating. They tried everything. Raw eggs, oysters, strong coffee, more alcohol, various patent medicines that were usually mostly alcohol themselves. Some swore by cold baths, others preferred hot baths, some believed that exercise helped, others believed rest was essential. The variety of theories suggests that none of them worked particularly well, but hangovers were just accepted as part of life. You drank heavily, you felt terrible the next day, You pushed through it with whatever remedy you preferred, and you did it all again that night. The cycle was endless. And because everyone was doing it, there was a kind of solidarity in shared suffering. Men would joke about their headaches and queasy stomachs, bonding over their mutual self-inflicted misery. What gets me is how normalized it all was. Victorian gentlemen were functional alcoholics, many of them, and they genuinely did not see a problem. They went to work drunk. They made important decisions while intoxicated. They operated in a permanent fog of alcohol and just assumed that was how life felt. The idea that you could live without that constant chemical buffer between yourself and reality was foreign. Do you think they were happy? These men we've been exploring all night? I do not. I think they were trapped and miserable and self-medicating in every way they could find. The opium, the gambling, the prostitutes, the flagellation, the alcohol, all of it was about escape, about finding some way to be other than what Victorian society demanded, about creating moments of sensation or oblivion or pleasure in lives that were otherwise tightly controlled and emotionally barren. And the tragedy is that the methods they used to escape often made their situations worse. Addiction does that. It provides short-term relief while creating long-term problems. The Victorian gentleman drinking to dull his anxiety about his gambling debts while visiting prostitutes to avoid his unhappy marriage, while taking laudanum to sleep through his hangovers, was not solving his problems. He was compounding them. But he had no other tools, no therapy, no support groups, no framework for understanding his behavior as anything other than moral weakness or, at best, unfortunate habit. As you lie there tonight, maybe you have a drink nearby. Maybe you're thinking about your own relationship with alcohol. Maybe you're recognizing patterns. Here is what I want you to know. The Victorian approach to drinking, treating it as normal and civilized while people were clearly suffering, that was wrong. We know better now. We understand addiction as a medical condition. We have treatments, we have support systems. We do not have to repeat their mistakes, but we do still live in a culture that often treats alcohol as the social lubricant for everything. Business dinners, weddings, funerals, celebrations, commiserations. The assumption that drinking is part of being social, that is Victorian. That echoes down from their time to ours. And maybe it is worth questioning, worth examining, worth thinking about whether we are serving ourselves or just serving tradition. We are getting close to the end now. We have explored so many hidden corners of Victorian life, but there are still a few threads to tie together. Because all of these habits, all of these secrets, they did not exist in isolation. They created a system, a way of life, a psychological structure that defined Victorian masculinity, and that structure had profound effects not just on the men living in it, but on everyone around them and everyone who came after. In just a moment we are going to step back and look at the big picture. We're going to talk about what all of this meant, what it cost, and what lessons we might take from it. We are going to explore how Victorian ideas about manhood shaped the modern world, for better and worse. Stay with me. The conclusion is where everything makes sense. Take everything we have discussed tonight and put it together. You are a Victorian gentleman. You wake up with a hangover from last night's port. Your unwashed body smells despite the cologne you applied yesterday. You take your morning laudanum for the pain and your morning ale to settle your stomach. You put on clothes that have absorbed weeks of sweat. You kiss your wife politely across the breakfast table, both of you pretending last night's awkward encounter did not happen. You go to your club where you lost money gambling 2 nights ago and owe debts you cannot quite afford. You do business with men while drinking steadily through the afternoon. You visit a prostitute on your way home, terrified you might contract syphilis but unable to stop yourself. You return home, have dinner with your family, then retire to separate bedrooms, and tomorrow you will do it all again. How do you live like this? How do you maintain the facade of respectability while your private life is a cascade of addictions and secrets? The answer is, you become an expert at compartmentalization. You develop an extraordinary ability to hold contradictory truths simultaneously. You perfect the art of performance until you barely remember what is real and what is act. Tonight, we need to talk about the psychological toll of being a Victorian gentleman, because what we have been exploring is not just a collection of scandalous behaviours, it is a system that required men to fragment themselves into pieces, to live multiple lives simultaneously, to never integrate all the parts of who they were into a coherent whole. And that fragmentation, that perpetual performance, that took a devastating toll. The Victorian concept of the self was fundamentally divided. There was the public self, the respectable gentleman who moved through society maintaining perfect propriety, and there was the private self, the one with desires and weaknesses and needs that could never be acknowledged publicly. Modern psychology would call this splitting or dissociation. The Victorians just called it being civilized. But here is what happens psychologically when you live a split life for decades. You start to lose track of which self is real. The public performance becomes so ingrained that you do it automatically without thinking. Meanwhile, your private self, the one with actual feelings and needs, gets pushed down deeper and deeper until you can barely access it even when alone. You become a stranger to yourself. Victorian literature is full of stories about doubles and split personalities. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is the most famous, but there are dozens of others. The picture of Dorian Gray, where a man stays beautiful on the surface while his portrait reveals his corruption. The doppelganger stories where men encounter their own shadow selves. These were not just fantasies, these were documentaries of the Victorian psychological experience. Writers were processing their own fragmentation through fiction. Let me tell you about a phenomenon that Victorian doctors called neurasthenia. This was a diagnosis that became epidemic among middle and upper class men in the late Victorian era. The symptoms included chronic fatigue, anxiety, insomnia, headaches, irritability, inability to concentrate, feelings of unreality, and a general sense of nervous exhaustion. Does that sound like anything we would recognize today? It should. Victorian neurasthenia was what we now call burnout, anxiety disorder and depression, all rolled into one diagnosis, and what caused it. According to Victorian doctors, it was the stress of modern life, the pace of business, the demands of civilization. They were not wrong exactly, but they missed the bigger picture. Victorian men were not just stressed by external demands, they were stressed by the internal contradiction of trying to be something impossible. They were stressed by maintaining the double life. They were stressed by suppressing their humanity in service of respectability. The treatment for neurasthenia? Rescuers, usually. Men would be sent to the countryside or to spa towns to recover. They would be told to stop working, to relax, to take it easy. But here is the problem. You cannot cure a systemic issue with individual rest. A man suffering from neurasthenia would go rest for a few weeks, feel better, return to his normal life, and within months be just as exhausted again. Because the problem was not that he needed rest. The problem was that his normal life was psychologically unsustainable. Some men broke completely. Victorian asylums were full of men who had what we would now call nervous breakdowns. Men who simply could not maintain the performance anymore. Men who collapsed under the weight of their own contradictions. And once you ended up in an asylum, your life as a gentleman was over. You had failed the fundamental test, you had lost control, because control was everything. The ideal Victorian man was someone who maintained perfect control over himself at all times. Control over his emotions, his expressions, his desires, his body. The stiff upper lip, the unflappable demeanour, the ability to face any crisis without showing fear or weakness. These were the markers of true masculinity, and they were achieved through relentless self-suppression. Think about what this means practically. You cannot cry, not even at your child's funeral. You cannot show excitement or enthusiasm, as that would be unseemly. You cannot express anger except in very specific, controlled ways. You cannot show fear. You cannot show vulnerability. You cannot ask for help. You cannot admit to struggling. Every emotion has to be filtered through the performance of dignity and restraint. The physical manifestations of this emotional repression were everywhere. Victorian men had nervous tics, stutters, tremors. They ground their teeth at night. They suffered from digestive problems that were clearly stress-related. Their bodies were trying to express what their conscious minds could not allow. The pressure had to go somewhere, and if it could not come out through emotions, it came out through physical symptoms. There is a wonderful detail in Victorian medical literature about something they called railway spine. This was a condition that developed after train accidents, where men would have ongoing pain and neurological symptoms despite no apparent physical injury. Modern medicine understands this as post-traumatic stress disorder. But Victorians could not acknowledge psychological trauma as such, so they invented a physical explanation. The spine must have been damaged by the vibrations of the crash, they theorized. Because admitting that the mind could be injured by experience, that would mean admitting that men were not as invulnerable as the ideal demanded. The relationship between Victorian fathers and sons is particularly revealing of this psychological damage. Fathers who had learned to suppress all emotion raised sons the same way. Boys were taught from early childhood not to cry, not to complain, not to show affection. Be a man meant stop feeling. And these boys grew into men who had no idea how to access their own emotions, who had no language for their inner lives, who could only connect with others through formal structures and rituals. Victorian letters between family members are fascinatingly stilted when you read them now. Even in private correspondence, even between people who loved each other, the language is formal, restrained, emotionally distant. A father writing to his son might end with, "Your affectionate father," but the letter itself contains no actual expression of affection, just information and perhaps some mild advice. They could not be vulnerable even on paper. The cost of this emotional repression extended beyond the individual. It shaped entire family systems. Children grew up in households where love was understood but never expressed, where parents provided materially but not emotionally, where the message was clear: feelings are dangerous, control is essential, showing your true self is weakness. And those children internalize those messages and pass them to their children, creating generational cycles of emotional unavailability. Women in these families often became the designated feelers. Since men could not express emotion, women had to do it for the whole family. They mourned, they celebrated, they worried, they cared. Men could remain stoic because their wives and daughters were handling the emotional labor. This created its own problems, as women were then seen as overly emotional, hysterical, unable to control themselves, when really they were just doing the emotional work of entire families. The Victorian concept of honour is tied deeply to this idea of control. A man's honour was his most valuable possession, more important than money or even life, and honour was defined almost entirely by external performance. Did you keep your word? Did you pay your debts? Did you maintain your composure? Did you defend your reputation? These were the questions that mattered. Your actual character, your inner life, your private behaviour, those were secondary as long as the public performance remained intact. This created bizarre situations where a man could be privately horrified by something he had done, but publicly defend it because his honour was at stake. If you were accused of something, even something true, you had to deny it, and possibly fight a duel over it. Admitting to wrongdoing, even wrongdoing everyone knew about, that was impossible. Better to lie, to challenge your accuser, to maintain the fiction, than to admit you had failed to live up to the ideal. Dueling itself, which was technically illegal in Victorian England, but still happened, was the ultimate expression of this honour culture. You would literally risk death rather than admit to losing face. The absurdity of two men shooting at each other over an insult or a rumour, that was the logical endpoint of a system that valued reputation over reality, performance over authenticity. The psychological literature of the era is fascinating for what it reveals about Victorian understanding of the mind. Sigmund Freud was developing psychoanalysis at the very end of the Victorian period, in the 1890s, and his ideas about repression, about the unconscious, about the way suppressed desires emerge in distorted forms, these came directly from observing Victorian patients. Freud looked at people who'd been taught to repress everything and documented what that repression did to them. The entire field of psychotherapy emerged partly as a response to Victorian psychological damage. But most Victorian men never saw a psychotherapist. Most suffered in silence or self-medicated with alcohol and drugs, or had affairs or gambled or found some other outlet, and many just endured. They lived their entire lives in quiet desperation, maintaining the performance, doing what was expected, never once admitting that they were miserable. I keep thinking about the question of authenticity. What does it mean to be authentic when you've been performing your entire life? If you have been suppressing your true feelings since childhood, if you've been taught that your actual self is unacceptable, do you even know who you are anymore? Victorian men often did not. They knew the role they played, they knew the expectations they had to meet. But who they actually were beneath the performance, many of them never found out. There is something both tragic and admirable about the Victorian commitment to duty despite personal cost. These men were suffering, and they kept showing up. They kept working, kept providing, kept maintaining the structures of family and society, even when those structures were crushing them. That takes a kind of courage. Not the courage we celebrate now, not the courage to be vulnerable or authentic, but the courage to endure, to persist, to keep carrying a burden you cannot put down. But let me be clear, admiring the endurance does not mean endorsing the system. The Victorian way of being a man was fundamentally broken. It created suffering that was unnecessary. It demanded sacrifices that served no good purpose. It perpetuated hierarchies and hypocrisies that harmed everyone, especially those with less power. We can acknowledge the human strength it took to survive that system while also recognizing the system itself was wrong. The question for us now is, what have we inherited from this? Because Victorian ideas about masculinity did not die with Victoria. They evolved, adapted, persisted. The stiff upper lip, the emphasis on control, the fear of appearing weak, the separation between public and private selves, the difficulty expressing emotion, the tendency to self-medicate rather than seek help. These Victorian patterns are still with us. Modern men are still told in subtle and not so subtle ways that showing emotion is weakness, that asking for help is failure, that vulnerability is unmanly. The language has changed, certainly. The specifics are different. But the underlying message, that real men suppress their humanity in service of an impossible ideal, that message echoes through time, and modern men are still suffering from it. The suicide rates, the substance abuse, the violence that comes from decades of suppressed emotion finally exploding. The loneliness of men who have no idea how to form intimate connections because they were never taught that emotional availability was acceptable. These are Victorian legacies, playing out in contemporary lives. But here is the hopeful part. We have tools the Victorians did not. We have therapy, we have support groups, we have language for mental health, we have permission increasingly to be whole people rather than fragmented performers. The work of undoing Victorian masculinity is happening slowly, unevenly, but it's happening. As you lie there now, as we approach the end of this long night together, I want you to think about the parts of yourself you hide, the emotions you suppress, the needs you deny, the ways you perform rather than exist. Some of that performance is necessary. We all adapt to social situations, but if the performance has become so complete that you have lost touch with what is underneath, if you are maintaining a facade that costs you your well-being, then you are living a Victorian life in a modern world. And you do not have to. That is the gift of living now rather than then. You have choices they did not. You can choose authenticity over performance. You can choose integration over fragmentation. You can choose to be one person rather than two. It is hard work. It goes against generations of conditioning. But it is possible. We have covered so much ground tonight. The drugs, the gambling, the prostitution, the masturbation anxiety, the hygiene, the flagellation, the marriage bed, the alcohol, and now the psychology that tied it all together. But there are still two more pieces to this puzzle. Next, we are going to talk about what happened when Victorian men could not maintain the performance, when the masks slipped, when secrets were exposed. We are going to explore the consequences of discovery, the mechanisms of social destruction, and the few, the very few, who tried to push back against the system. The story of Oscar Wilde alone is worth the price of admission. Stay with me. The ending is where everything crystallizes. On February 18th, 1895, a man left a calling card at the Albemarle Club in London. The card was addressed to Oscar Wilde and it read, "For Oscar Wilde posing sodomite." The misspelling was intentional mockery, making it even more insulting. The man who left the card was the Marquis of Queensberry, and he was declaring war. Because Wilde, the most famous playwright and wit in England, was having an affair with Queensberry's son, Lord Alfred Douglas, and Queensberry was going to destroy him for it. Wilde made a fatal decision. Instead of ignoring the card, instead of leaving England, instead of backing down, he decided to sue Queensberry for criminal libel. He genuinely believed his fame, his wit, his social connections would protect him. He was wrong. Within months, Wilde would be convicted of gross indecency, sentenced to 2 years of hard labour and completely destroyed. His career ended, his health ruined, his reputation shattered. He emerged from prison, a broken man, and died in exile 3 years later at age 46. Tonight we need to talk about what happened when the Victorian double life collapsed, when secrets were exposed, when the mask slipped and everyone could see what lay beneath. Because the Victorian system depended on everyone maintaining the fiction, and when someone failed to maintain it, the consequences were swift, brutal, and total. Oscar Wilde's story is the most famous example. But it is important to understand how extreme Victorian society's reaction to homosexuality was compared to its tolerance of everything else we have discussed. Remember, these were men who visited prostitutes, gambled away fortunes, beat their wives, drank themselves to death, and maintained mistresses. All of that was forgiven, or at least overlooked as long as you kept up appearances. But loving another man? That was unforgivable. That destroyed you completely. The trial transcripts from Wilde's case are fascinating and horrifying. The prosecution put on witness after witness, young men who testified about their relationships with Wilde. The defense tried to argue that these were just friendships, that Wilde's writings were art not autobiography, that nothing illegal had occurred. But Wilde himself, unable to resist showing off his cleverness, made things worse with his testimony. When asked if he had kissed a particular young man, Wilde replied, "Oh no, never in my life. He was a particularly plain boy. Unfortunately ugly." The courtroom laughed, but Wilde had just admitted that he might have kissed a boy if that boy had been attractive. The judge who sentenced Wilde complained that the law only allowed him to impose 2 years with hard labour, saying he wished he could give more. The courtroom audience shouted, "Shame!" at Wilde as he was led away. Not shame at the legal system for its cruelty. Shame directed at Wilde for daring to be what he was. And here is the thing that makes Wilde's destruction so revealing. Everyone knew. His homosexuality was an open secret in London society. For years, people had joked about it, hinted at it, written coded references in newspapers. But as long as Wilde did not challenge the fiction, as long as he remained married to his wife, and did not force Victorian society to acknowledge what he was, they tolerated him. They enjoyed his plays, attended his dinner parties, laughed at his wit. It was only when he sued Queensberry, when he tried to use the law to defend himself, that society turned on him with full force. The message was clear. You can be anything in private as long as you maintain the public facade. But if you try to make your private life public, if you try to live authentically and openly, we will destroy you. The system could tolerate hypocrisy. It could not tolerate honesty. Wilde was not the only one. There were countless Victorian men whose lives were ruined when their secrets were exposed. Men caught in compromising situations with other men. Men whose gambling debts became public. Men whose affairs with servants came to light. Men whose alcoholism could no longer be hidden. Men whose financial improprieties were discovered. The mechanism of social destruction was well established and efficient. First came the scandal. Newspapers would report the incident, though often in coded language. Gentleman of Means was discovered in circumstances that cannot be detailed here. Everyone would talk about it. The gossip would spread through clubs, drawing rooms, servants' networks. Within days, everyone in your social circle would know. Then came the isolation. People would stop calling. Invitations would cease. Business associates would distance themselves. Your club might ask for your resignation. If you tried to appear in public, you would be cut, meaning people would literally turn their backs and refuse to acknowledge your presence. This was social death, and it happened remarkably quickly. For men whose identity and livelihood depended on their social position, this isolation was devastating. Businessmen lost clients, lawyers lost cases, politicians ended their careers. The damage was not just social but financial. Victorian business ran on reputation and connections. Without those, you had nothing. The family consequences were equally severe. Wives might leave or, more commonly, stay, but in a state of permanent humiliation. Children would be tainted by association. Daughters' marriage prospects would evaporate. Sons would find club memberships denied them. The entire family bore the shame of the father's exposure. Some men fled to the continent, to Paris or Italy, where English social rules did not apply, and where other disgraced Englishmen formed small expatriate communities of scandal. Oscar Wilde died in exile in Paris, using an assumed name, broken forgotten by the society that had once celebrated him. This was a common trajectory for exposed men: exile, poverty, early death. Others took more permanent solutions. Victorian newspapers are full of stories of men who committed suicide after their secrets were revealed, drowning in the Thames, shooting in their studies, poisoning with laudanum. The Victorian term was temporary insanity, amour, which allowed the family to claim the man was not responsible for his actions and thus avoid the additional shame of being denied Christian burial. But everyone understood what had really happened. There is a haunting detail in these suicide cases. Men would often write notes apologizing to their families for the shame they had brought. Not apologizing for their actual behavior, but for getting caught, for having the secret exposed. They had internalized the Victorian value system so completely that even in death, they accepted that their primary sin was not maintaining the fiction successfully enough. The legal system reinforced social destruction. Victorian law criminalized many of the behaviors we have been discussing. Homosexuality, obviously, but also soliciting prostitutes, public drunkenness, gambling in certain venues, defaulting on debts. The law was selectively enforced based on class and visibility. Wealthy men who were discreet usually avoided prosecution. Poor men or men who became too visible faced the full weight of the legal system. Oscar Wilde's trial happened under the Criminal Law Amendment Act of 1885, which had created the offence of gross indecency between men. This law did not require proof of actual sexual activity, just evidence of intimacy that exceeded proper masculine friendship. The vagueness of the law meant that any affection between men could potentially be prosecuted. It created an atmosphere of fear and suspicion as that poisoned male friendships. The irony is that this law was originally intended to protect young girls from sexual exploitation, raising the age of consent from 13 to 16. But a last-minute amendment added the gross indecency clause for men, essentially as an afterthought. And that afterthought became one of the most destructive pieces of legislation for homosexual men, remaining in effect until 1967. Think about what it meant to live under that law. Any letter you wrote to another man could be used as evidence against you. Any private moment could be reported by servants or blackmailers. Any expression of affection could destroy your life. Victorian men who loved men lived in constant fear, never knowing when a knock on the door might come. Blackmail was epidemic. Men who had same-sex relationships were easy targets. A threatening letter, a demand for money, and most men paid. They had no choice. Going to the police meant exposing themselves. So blackmailers operated with impunity, sometimes extorting the same men for years. Victorian London had networks of professional blackmailers who specialised in this, and their victims suffered silently, paying and paying and paying to keep their secrets hidden. But it was not just homosexuality that led to exposure and destruction. Financial scandal could be equally devastating. When a man's gambling debts or business frauds became public, the consequences were similar. Social isolation, family shame, career destruction, sometimes criminal prosecution. The Victorian moral system did not forgive financial dishonesty any more than it forgave sexual transgression. There is a category of Victorian scandal that combined multiple transgressions, and these were particularly explosive. A man discovered in debt because of gambling who had been stealing from his business to pay those debts, and who had a mistress he was supporting with stolen money. Each revelation made the next worse. The compound scandal left no possibility of social recovery. Women caught in scandals faced even worse consequences. A woman discovered in an affair lost everything. She would be divorced, losing her children and any financial support. She would be barred from respectable society completely. Unlike men, who might rebuild in another city or abroad, women had almost no options. Some ended up as prostitutes. Others lived in poverty with relatives who agreed to shelter them but never let them forget their disgrace. The double standard was absolute. But here is what strikes me most about Victorian scandal: the glee with which people consumed it. Newspapers that normally maintained strict propriety would report scandals in as much detail as they could get away with. People who proclaimed highest moral values would gossip endlessly about others' falls from grace. There was a kind of entertainment in destruction, a pleasure in seeing someone brought low, especially someone who'd been prominent. This tells us something dark about Victorian society. All that repression, all that suppression of desire and authentic feeling, it had to come out somewhere. And one way it came out was in the vicarious enjoyment of scandal. People who could not express their own desires could at least enjoy watching others be punished for theirs. It was a kind of moral pornography, shocking and titillating while allowing the consumer to feel superior and righteous. The few people who tried to push back against the system, who tried to argue for more tolerance or understanding, were either ignored or attacked. When Havelock Ellis published his studies of sexuality, including the first sympathetic treatment of homosexuality in English, the book was banned, and he was accused of corrupting public morals. When individuals tried to defend Oscar Wilde or argue that the prosecution was unjust, they were warned to be quiet or face similar consequences. The system protected itself ruthlessly. Anyone who challenged Victorian morality from within would be expelled and destroyed. The only way to survive was to participate in the hypocrisy, to maintain your own facade while helping to enforce everyone else's. You became complicit in a system that might destroy you at any moment, because the alternative was to be destroyed immediately. I think about the psychological impact of living in constant fear of exposure, the hypervigilance, the paranoia, the inability to trust anyone completely because anyone might betray you. Victorian men living double lives were essentially living under a kind of surveillance state, except the surveillance was social rather than governmental. Your neighbours, your servants, your business associates, even your family, all of them were potential threats. This created a culture of informants and betrayers. Disgruntled servants would reveal their employers' secrets. Jilted lovers would expose their former partners. Business rivals would use any available scandal to destroy competition, and anyone could be blackmailed into providing information about anyone else. Trust became impossible. Authentic relationship became impossible. You could have transactions, alliances, arrangements, but rarely actual intimacy. And yet some people tried. Some Victorian men tried to live authentic lives despite the risks. They formed secret societies and underground networks. They found ways to meet and connect despite the surveillance. They created coded languages and symbols to recognize each other. The green carnation that Oscar Wilde wore, that was a signal to others who understood. Victorian gay men developed an entire subculture that existed in the shadows, providing community and support even as the broader society tried to erase them. The courage that took is extraordinary. To risk everything, to live in constant danger, just to be yourself, to love whom you loved, to express what you felt. These were not selfish or self-indulgent choices. These were acts of profound bravery, standing against an entire social system that demanded conformity and punished difference. As we near the very end of our journey tonight, I want you to consider what it takes to be authentic in a world that punishes authenticity. What it costs to tell the truth in a society built on lies. What bravery looks like when the consequences of bravery include destruction. Because Victorian men who were exposed and destroyed were not weak, they were often the strongest ones, the ones who refused to live the lie completely, who tried in whatever small ways they could to be real. And some of them, like Oscar Wilde, left behind works of art and beauty that outlasted their persecutors. Wilde's plays are still performed. His wit is still quoted. His writing still moves people more than a century later. The judge who sentenced him is forgotten. The Marquis of Queensberry is remembered primarily for destroying Wilde. In the long arc of history, authenticity wins, even when it loses in the moment. We have come so far tonight, through so many dark corners of Victorian life. But there is one final piece, one last reflection we need to share. Because all of this history, all of these stories, they matter because they shaped us. Victorian ideas and Victorian systems created the modern world in more ways than we usually acknowledge. In just a moment, in our final section, We're going to talk about legacy, about what we inherited from Victorian men, about what we have changed and what remains stubbornly the same, about the lessons we can take from their suffering and their hypocrisy, about how we can do better. Stay with me for just a little longer. The conclusion is where we make sense of everything. We have been together for hours now, you and I, exploring the hidden lives of Victorian men. We have walked through opium dens and gentlemen's clubs. We have witnessed wedding nights and flagellation brothels. We have seen the gap between public virtue and private vice stretched so wide it threatened to tear society apart. And now, as dawn approaches wherever you are in the world, I want to ask you one final question. Why does any of this matter? Why spend a night diving into the secrets of men who died more than a century ago? The answer is simple and profound, because they are still with us. The Victorian era ended in 1901 when Queen Victoria died. But Victorian ideas, Victorian values, Victorian contradictions, those never died. They evolved, they adapted, they hid themselves in modern language, and they continue to shape our world in ways we rarely acknowledge. Let me show you what I mean. Think about the modern businessman who projects confidence and control at work while secretly struggling with anxiety and depression, who drinks too much at client dinners, who has a carefully curated social media presence that shows success and happiness while his private life is falling apart, who feels he cannot admit to weakness or ask for help because that would damage his professional image. That is Victorian. That is the double life still being lived, just with different specifics. Or think about the persistence of the phrase "boys will be boys," used to excuse bad behaviour. The assumption that men naturally cannot control themselves, that male desire is inherently aggressive and must be tolerated. That comes directly from Victorian ideas about male sexuality. They believed men had irrepressible urges that needed outlets. And we still see echoes of that thinking whenever someone excuses male misconduct by claiming it is just natural. The way we talk about addiction reveals Victorian influence too. We still tend to see addiction in moral terms, as weakness or failure of willpower, especially when it affects people with less social privilege. But when successful people struggle with addiction, we are more likely to frame it as illness, as something deserving compassion and treatment. The class-based double standard that Victorians perfected is alive and well. Consider the modern opioid crisis. It follows patterns remarkably similar to the Victorian laudanum epidemic, a substance prescribed by doctors as safe and effective, widespread addiction that starts innocently, a slow recognition that something is wrong, blame directed at users rather than the systems that created the problem. The Victorians eventually restricted opium. We are still figuring out how to handle opioids. The parallels are almost eerie. Or look at our relationship with pornography and sex work. Victorian men visited prostitutes while maintaining respectable marriages, creating a system where women's bodies were commodified while women themselves were denied autonomy and voice. Today we have different technologies and different language, but the core dynamic persists. Men consuming sexual content or services while maintaining separate respectable relationships. Women in sex work stigmatized and criminalized while their clients face minimal consequences. The Victorian blueprint is still operational. The concept of work-life balance, or the lack thereof, connects directly to Victorian patterns. The Victorian gentleman was always performing, always working, always maintaining appearances. The idea of separating work identity from personal identity was foreign, and today we check work emails at midnight. We are always available. We define ourselves by our professions. We perform success on LinkedIn while our personal lives suffer. The Victorian inability to integrate different parts of the self into a healthy whole. We inherited that. Think about the way men are still socialized around emotion. Man up. Don't be a pussy. Real men don't cry. These are Victorian messages, delivered in contemporary language. The idea that masculinity requires emotional suppression, that vulnerability is weakness, that control is everything, those are direct descendants of Victorian manhood. And the consequences are similar too. Higher suicide rates among men, difficulty forming intimate relationships, substance abuse as emotional coping mechanism, violence as outlet for suppressed feelings. The therapy-resistant man is a Victorian legacy. The man who would rather suffer in silence than admit he needs help. Who sees asking for support as failure. Who tries to handle everything alone because that's what men do. Victorian men had no framework for psychological help, no language for mental health. We have those things now, but many men still cannot access them because Victorian ideas about masculine self-sufficiency are so deeply embedded. Even our physical spaces echo Victorian design. The gendered separation of clubs and lodges, the man cave as a domestic space where men can escape, the boys' trip or guys' night out, the assumption that men need male-only spaces to truly relax. These are Victorian patterns. And while male bonding is not inherently problematic, the idea that men can only be authentic away from women, that emotional intimacy between men and women is impossible, that is Victorian baggage. The corporate boys' club is perhaps the most obvious Victorian survival. The networking that happens in golf clubs or over drinks, the deals made in spaces women are excluded from, the old boys network that perpetuates privilege and gatekeeps opportunity. Victorian gentlemen's clubs were where power consolidated. Modern equivalents serve the same function. The specifics have changed, but the structure remains. Look at how we handle sexual education and shame. Many people, even today, grow up with inadequate information about sexuality. Parents who cannot talk about sex with their children. Schools that provide minimal education. A culture that treats sexuality as simultaneously fascinating and shameful. Victorian parents kept their children deliberately ignorant. We are better than that now, but not as much better as we should be. The wedding night remains, for many people, an experience fraught with anxiety and poor communication, not the traumatic horror it often was for Victorianders, but still marked by unrealistic expectations, lack of preparation, and difficulty discussing needs and boundaries. We have made progress, enormous progress, but the Victorian shadow lingers in discomfort around sexual communication. Consider the persistence of toxic masculinity, a term that tries to capture what Victorian masculinity demanded: dominance, aggression, emotional suppression, sexual conquest, hierarchical power. These traits were cultivated in Victorian boys through harsh schooling and rigid social training. We recognize them as toxic now. We name them. We try to challenge them. But they persist generation after generation because patterns established over decades of Victorian influence do not disappear easily. The way we police gender expression and sexuality carries Victorian DNA. The discomfort many people feel about gender nonconformity, the legal battles over LGBTQ rights, the violence directed at people who do not fit traditional gender roles. These connect to Victorian anxiety about maintaining rigid categories, about everyone staying in their assigned place. The Victorians destroyed Oscar Wilde for loving men. We are still fighting about whether love between consenting adults of any gender deserves recognition and protection. But here is the crucial point, and this is where hope lives. We can see the patterns now. We can trace the connections. We can identify what we inherited that does not serve us and make conscious choices to change it. The Victorians could not see the system they were trapped in because it was all they knew. We have perspective, we have distance, we have options, and some things have genuinely improved. We have therapy and mental health resources, imperfect as they are. We have legal protections for marginalized people, incomplete as they are. We have more open conversation about sexuality and relationships, inadequate as it sometimes is. We have greater recognition that emotional health matters, that authenticity is valuable, that the performance of invulnerability comes at too high a cost. We know things the Victorians did not. We know that masturbation does not cause insanity. We know that bathing regularly is important. We know that women have sexual desires and agency. We know that homosexuality is natural and normal. We know that addiction is a medical condition requiring treatment, not moral condemnation. We know that emotional suppression causes psychological damage. We know these things now. That is progress. But knowing is not enough. We have to act on what we know. We have to make different choices than the Victorians made. We have to build systems and relationships and ways of being that do not require us to fragment ourselves. We have to create space for authenticity even when authenticity is uncomfortable or complicated or challenges traditional structures. The Victorian legacy is not just about what they did wrong. It is also about what they endured, what they survived, what they tried to build despite impossible constraints. Victorian men were not monsters, though the system they perpetuated did monstrous things. They were human beings trying to navigate circumstances that made humanity difficult. They found coping mechanisms, destructive as many of those mechanisms were. They created art and literature and ideas that transcended their limitations. They loved their children, even if they could not show it properly. They formed friendships, even if those friendships could not include real vulnerability. They endured. And we are their descendants carrying their burdens, benefiting from their labours, repeating their mistakes and hopefully, slowly learning to do better. The Victorian gentleman walking down that London street, coat buttoned tight, hat positioned perfectly, laudanum bottle in his pocket, gambling debts weighing on his mind, secrets piled upon secrets. He is not so different from people walking down streets today. Different drugs, different debts, different secrets, same fundamental struggle to be human in systems that demand more than humans can sustainably give. So what do we do with this knowledge? What do we take from this long night's journey through Victorian shadows? I think we take compassion. Compassion for those Victorian men who were trapped in an impossible situation. Compassion for the people they hurt because hurt people. And compassion for ourselves as we try to untangle the knots they left us. We take awareness of the patterns we might be repeating without realizing it. Awareness of the ways Victorian ideas might be shaping our choices and relationships. Awareness that social systems can demand things from us that damage us, and that recognizing those demands is the first step toward resisting them. We take permission to be whole people rather than fragmented performers. Permission to acknowledge when we are struggling. Permission to ask for help. Permission to prioritize well-being over appearance. Permission to be authentic even when authenticity is difficult. The Victorians did not have that permission. We can give it to ourselves, and we take responsibility. Responsibility to do better than they did. Responsibility to create less damaging systems, responsibility to break the cycles of dysfunction that pass from generation to generation, responsibility to the people who come after us, to leave them less burdened than we were. The Victorian era is often romanticized in films and books, the beautiful clothes, the elegant manners, the grand houses, the sense of order and propriety, and those things existed. But underneath, as we have seen tonight, was suffering. Enormous, unnecessary suffering caused by rigid adherence to impossible standards and refusal to acknowledge basic human needs and realities. We can appreciate the beauty and accomplishment of Victorian culture while also recognizing its profound flaws. We can learn from both their successes and their failures. We can take the good, the genuine progress they made in technology and art and social organization, while leaving behind the bad, the cruelty and hypocrisy and repression that damaged so many lives. As the light begins to return, as this long night comes to an end, I want to thank you for staying with me, for being willing to look at these difficult, sometimes disturbing aspects of history, for being curious about what lies beneath the surface of respectable society, for caring enough about human experience to spend hours exploring it. The stories we have shared tonight matter because history matters, because understanding where we came from helps us understand where we are and where we might go, because the Victorian gentlemen we have been discussing were real people who lived and suffered and tried to find meaning in complicated circumstances, and because we are still, in many ways, living in the world they built. But we do not have to keep building it the same way. We can make different choices. We can create different patterns. We can be, if we work at it, the generation that finally breaks free from Victorian shadows and builds something more humane, more honest, more whole. Sleep well, my friends. Dream of a world where people do not have to live double lives, where authenticity is celebrated rather than punished, where vulnerability is strength, where people can be complex and contradictory and human without facing destruction, where the gap between who we are and who we are supposed to be grows smaller until it disappears. The Victorian era is over, but its influence continues. What we do with that influence, how we respond to that legacy, that is up to us. And that work begins not in grand gestures, but in small choices. To be honest, to be kind, to be whole, to resist systems that demand we fragment ourselves, to build relationships based on reality rather than performance. Thank you for this journey. Thank you for your openness and your curiosity. Thank you for being here in this moment, sharing this space with me. I hope you found something valuable in these stories, some insight or perspective, or just the companionship of not being alone with difficult questions. There are always more stories to tell, more corners of history to explore, more lessons to learn from those who came before us. And I will be here, ready to share them with you, whenever you want to take another journey into the past to better understand the present. Until then, rest well, be kind to yourself, remember that you are more than the performance others expect, and know that somewhere, in all the noise and complexity of modern life, there are others trying to figure out the same things, carrying similar burdens, asking similar questions. You're not alone. You never were. Good night, or good morning, wherever and whenever you are. May you find peace, authenticity, and the courage to live as your whole self. And please, if tonight's journey meant something to you, if these stories resonated or challenged or changed something in how you see the world, leave a comment, share your thoughts, tell me what surprised you most, or simply let me know you are here, that we shared this moment across time and space. I read every comment. I value every connection. Your presence matters. I will see you again soon with new stories, new insights, new journeys into the fascinating, troubling, endlessly human past that shaped our present. Until then, take care of yourself. You deserve it. More than the Victorians ever let themselves believe they did. You deserve to be well, to be happy, to be wholly and authentically you. Sweet dreams.